Good morning. My name is Naohiro Nishiguchi, President of Japan Bosai Platform. Bosai in Japanese means disaster risk reduction. I'll be moderating this session with pleasure, and today is the second day of the conference. Continuing with the second theme, the pathways to overcome catastrophic disasters, we begin with session 2 and 2, transforming societies to overcome the future catastrophic disasters, what to protect and how to recover and rebuild. First off, Mr. Yamamoto Masanori, Mayor of Miyako City, gives us a presentation titled Impact of the Great East Japan Earthquake on Society and Livelihoods and the Recovery Process. Mayor Yamamoto, the floor is now yours. Please.
おはようございます。宮古市長の山本正則でございます。本日はこのような発言の場をいただき、大変ありがとうございます。東日本大震災では、全国、そして世界から多くの方々にご支援をいただきました。改めて感謝を申し上げます。ありがとうございます。本日は東日本大震災からの復興と、その過程で経験した2度の台風災害への対応などについて紹介をさせていただきます。私の経歴でございますが、2009年7月3日に宮古市長に就任をいたしております。東日本大震災発生の時、1年8ヶ月就任から経っております。まだほやほやの市長でございました。詳細につきましては割愛をさせていただきたいと思います。宮古市は本州の最東端に位置してございます。太平洋に面している町でございます。現在の人口は4万7000人ほどであります。東日本大震災時の人口は約6万人おりますので、この12年間で1万3000人ほど減少いたしております。三陸復興国立公園の中央にあり、景勝地浄土ヶ浜に代表される風光明媚で新鮮な魚介類が豊富な港町でございます。私のネクタイの色は、その浄土ヶ浜の海の色、エターナルグリーンというふうに言いまして、宮古市の地域色でございます。2011年の東日本大震災の被災状況はご覧の通りでございます。517人の尊い人命が失われております。当時の庁舎でございますが、海に近く、平川の河口にあり、津波で浸水をいたしました。公用車70台が流され、多くの業務に支障をきたしたところでありました。被災者のニーズでありますが、季節の変化に伴いまして、この被災者のニーズは移り変わっていきました。避難所運営の中心は、地域の日常からのコミュニティでございました。震災前に宮古市総合計画を定めておりました。復興は宮古市総合計画の実現に向けて進めることといたし、東日本大震災復興計画の達成によりまして、実現を図るという位置づけで進めておりました。総合計画につきましては、安定した仕事をもって子どもを幸せに育てれる町を推進するよう定めてございました。復興計画は住まいと暮らしの再建、産業経済復興、安全な地域づくりの3つの柱で推進するよう取りまとめをいたしました。津波からの復興を進めている9年間の間に2度の台風災害がございました。2016年8月の台風第10号では1時間に80ミリ、2019年の10月の台風第19号では1時間に 84.5 ミリの雨が降り、家屋の全壊など多くの 被害が発生したところであります。2016年の台風10号は、宮古市の山間部に大きな被害を与えたところであります。2019年の台風19号は、海岸部に大きな被害を与えました。2016年の台風10号では、公用車73台を水没させております。まだこの時点では、庁舎の移転・新築はされてございません。2019年の台風19号の時は、沿岸部の集落に壊滅的な被害がございましたが、2018年10月10日に庁舎を移転をして新築をしており、安全な場所に庁舎が移転されたことにより、公用車は無事でございました。災害の予見性のある台風につきましては、事前に地域のコミュニティに伝え、適切に行動をしていただきました。また、地震の発生は予測できませんが、地震による津波の浸水範囲は予測することができます。津波の浸水範囲を事前に地域のコミュニティに伝えておき、大津波警報の際には避難をしてもらうことは可能であります。事前にハザードマップ等で地域のコミュニティに予見される被害を伝えておくこと、これが減災には必要なことというふうに思い、そのように努めております。一人一人の避難行動を支えるため、自助、共助、公助の連携は今後も欠かせません。また、事前に定めていた総合計画は、将来に向けてのビジョンでございますので、事前復興の計画として位置づけられるものでありました。2018年 10月10日に、宮古市中心市街地拠点施設として、庁舎が新築移転をされております。この新築された庁舎には、常設型の災害対策本部室を整備をさせていただきました。津波監視カメラ、道路や河川の監視カメラなど、多様な情報を収集し、災害対策本部で迅速に判断をいたしまして、リアルタイムで市民に伝達させる体制を整えました。中心市街地拠点施設は、東日本大震災からの復興のシンボルとして、市民に安全・安心を提供してまいります。以上、私からの発表とさせていただきます。ご清聴大変ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation, Mr. Mayor Yamamoto. Next, Professor Jonathan Abraham, Director, Monash University Disaster Resilience Initiatives, gives us a presentation titled Systematic Approaches to Reducing Health Risks and Impacts of Emergencies and Disasters. Professor Abraham, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good day to you all. It's a real pleasure and an honor to be here today, and I'd like to thank all of those people who have facilitated my participation here, including Tohoku University, the Science Council of Japan, and also my university, Monash University, which is in Melbourne, Australia. So the title of my presentation is Strengthening Whole of Society Action to Reduce the Health Risks and Impacts of Emergencies and Disasters. And I was invited to this conference to talk about public health. I really hope at the end of my presentation, you will hear me say that actually everyone here has been talking about public health. I'd like to pay my respects to Indigenous people around the world who have shown us examples of how we can take care and custodianship of our land. Also, the elders in our communities who have lived through many challenges and risks, and they are truly resilient, and we need to understand more from their wisdom. I would also like to pay my respects to those people who have lost their lives or have been impacted by emergencies and disasters. The greatest thing that we can do is in legacy to them is to be able to continue our focus on preventing such tragedies from happening in the future. And also to acknowledge the great work, leadership of Japan. Japan has been leading disaster risk reduction, and the public health sector has been inspired by the focus of Japan on disaster prevention. And in fact, when I was putting this slide together, I realized that I've made a major omission, because the very first time that Japan designated their Disaster Prevention Day was actually in 1960. So we should have been, as a world, we should have been listening to Japan much earlier. Also to make the point that when it comes to disaster prevention, there is no part of our society or our lives, our humanity, that benefits more from prevention than public health. We heard yesterday about absorptive capacities and recovery capacities and transformation and so forth. Well, for people who lose their lives, this is not possible. So prevention is really paramount importance. And so that's why I'd like to appreciate all the work that's gone into disaster prevention in Japan and the influence that it continues to have on the world. Now, well, why is health so important? Well, clearly there's a significant health imperative for disaster risk reduction, to which everybody is contributing. As you well know, there's been nearly 7 million deaths from COVID-19 and more than 769 million cases. But the point that I wanted to show on this particular slide, it emanates from research from WHO in terms of 2020 and 2021, when there had been reported 5.42 million deaths to WHO. The excess mortality was estimated to be over 14.8 million deaths. So this goes to show that what you see and the numbers around the COVID-19 deaths are a significant underestimate of the impact that COVID-19 has had on public health and on society. And this is also the case when it comes to natural hazard related events. Yesterday, we were hearing a lot of statistics related to deaths, but the significant number here is more the people affected, and even those figures are massive underestimates in terms of, they tend to measure the direct effects, not the indirect effects on mental health and on non-communicable diseases, the lack of access to health systems and services, and so forth. And then there are significant consequences, socioeconomic consequences for people who have been affected by emergencies and disasters. And these figures are not just numbers, these are real people. These are real people who cover a wide range of ages, wide range of genders, and a wide range of countries. They are young people, old people, they are boys and girls, mothers and fathers, uncles, grandmothers, and so forth. So when we talk about people affected, let's not just focus on the deaths, let's try to communicate more the widespread impacts associated with these risks and events. And of course, the focus of a lot of the data is on the large-scale events, not on the hundreds, if not thousands, of small-scale events that affect people all the time. So what does health mean to you? Prior to the Sendai Framework negotiations, when I was talking to people in the international system, the message that I was getting is that health is considered to be a sector. So these are the sort of typical images that you would associate with the health sector, mostly in terms of healthcare. And in the Hyogo framework, where there were only 3 references to public health in the disaster risk reduction community, the focus tended to be on healthcare facilities, and particularly structure of those facilities, rather than the functionality and rather than on the health impacts. That work is still very important, admittedly, but obviously it's not the whole story. So when we think about health, we need to look at it through many different lenses. Yes, there's the health outcomes. Yes, health is a sector among many. Yes, disease outbreaks are a source of risk and a hazard in their own right. Health in itself is a human right, but I also wanted to point out that health, nutrition and immunization status is protective against these risks. It's also a source of vulnerability if people have low immunization, health and nutrition status. And it's also, whilst there are a lot of determinants of health, it's also important to consider that health is a determinant of many other outcomes in society, including education, in terms of livelihoods, in terms of sustainable development, and including whether you're able to participate in this very conference. So that's really paramount in terms of what we're doing. And then this was reflected in the SDG goal on health, which uses the language of risk management. So another reason, of course, is that health is very much dependent on many other sectors to be able to deliver its services. It needs logistics in order to transport and store all of the pharmaceuticals, medicines, consumables. It needs all of the infrastructure that enables the healthcare system to work effectively. It needs a supply chain, it needs finances, it needs safety and security. So it's very much dependent on all the work that you are doing. And the other aspect, of course, as I was saying before, is that we need to have a healthy workforce in order for you and all the other sectors to do your work. And in the case of COVID-19, you were receiving information and advice from the health sector as to how to make yourself safe, but also how to make your workplaces safe. And this is captured in WHO guidance called Everybody's Business, because when we think about who manages the health risks and impacts, it's actually everyone. So this is an example of whom, when I was working at WHO, we brought to the table. It's not just public health, it's infrastructure, it's the Red Cross, it's the media, it's universities, it's everyone. And this is the message that we really want to convey out of this particular session in terms of the transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary approach. It's not just about talking about it, you actually need to make it happen and ensure those relationships are built. And indeed, rather than thinking about health actors as those who are working in the health sector, it's in fact every one of us. Every one of us has a stake in terms of health and in terms of the health risks and impacts of emergencies and disasters. So the health sector or the health community, health systems have also been going through a journey inspired by the Sendai framework and the focus on disaster risk management, or the risk management approach. So when the Sendai framework was agreed, the health sector did not really have an overarching agreement. We had an overarching framework. We had many of guidance that are specific to a particular hazard, infectious diseases, or maybe a function such as emergency operations centres, but it was really quite fragmented. So with many partners, some of whom are in this room, WHO put together the Health Emergency and Disaster Risk Management Framework, which is essentially bringing together all of the good practice from disaster risk reduction, from epidemic preparedness and response, from health system strengthening, from humanitarian action, into a common framework that provides a common language for people within public health to be able to talk to one another, but also to bridge public health and all of the other sectors. And behind these components, there are more than 200 functions that are needed within a health system to be able to manage those risks effectively. And this is part of the changing paradigm, which I'm sure you are very familiar with in terms of moving the focus from the left-hand side of this slide to the right-hand side, so that we are much more proactive. We take an all hazards approach. Our focus is not just on hazards, but on vulnerability and capacities. And then to reinforce that message of it's the whole of the health system, it's the whole of society working with communities and taking a very inclusive and intersectional approach, which reflects the realities of communities. That's our challenge, is to make sure that what we put forward is real. And when we take that right-hand side of the table, we translate those into the principles of the Health Emergency and Disaster Risk Management Framework. And in relation to our ability to monitor and evaluate our performance, we can look at the Sendai framework targets and indicators. But really, I think these are the principles which show us whether we're doing a good job or not. So are we taking a risk-informed approach across policy, practice, and action? Are we addressing prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery in a very holistic way? Have we got in place the systemic capacities to deal with whatever communities may face, but then also have the specific capacities to deal with catastrophic risks that we heard about yesterday, or to deal with specific types of events? What mechanisms do we have in place to bring all these actors together, these governance mechanisms that ensure that we're just not talking about collaboration, but we actually make it happen? And then, of course, we need to ensure that our approach really understands who our communities are, the diversity within our community, those who are got capacities, but also those who are likely to be disproportionately affected, and to ensure that their rights is at the center of the approach that we're taking, so that they are taking the leadership role in determining how services are being designed and delivered in their particular communities. So where do we need to go in the future? Well, clearly, in order for us to make progress, we need to invest in this whole of society action. We need to invest in building the relationships that bring together all of the disciplines that we've been talking about yesterday, and we've been talking about for many decades, to be honest. And then I'd like to reflect also Professor Hayashi's presentation yesterday, this focus on the social help in terms of the local support, community or mutual help, and then also individual action or self-help. And it doesn't matter which particular image you want to use, it's complex, we need to bring all of these actors together. I would like to acknowledge Professor Nishikawa, because it was actually him who inspired me to continue to use the cogs. Just like the Swiss or the Japanese watch, all of those cogs need to be working effectively, and each of those cogs either represents an organization or an individual or a system that needs to work together effectively. And finally, I'd like to acknowledge the leadership and collaboration of people and colleagues from Japan. In particular, Dr. Ryama Kayano, who is the lead in the Health Emergency and Disaster Risk Management work at the Kobe Center for Health Development, and to acknowledge that he has been leading the development of a network which now has more than 300 people from around the world, and is aimed at building the evidence base for health emergency and disaster risk management, and building capacity such as this guidance on research methods, which is now available in Japanese as of the 1st of September. Also, you can see a number of other colleagues, Shuhei Nomura, Naoka Harada, Sai Ochi, Tatsu Kubo, who's been leading the work of Japan in terms of emergency medical teams, and then also in terms of disaster nursing, not only from the University of Hyogo and Sakiko Kambara, but also yesterday we heard from Professor Komatsu about the Red Cross nursing in Kyushu. And also finally like to acknowledge Dr. Shinichi Egawa. He's been one of the real champions for this work, particularly building the multi-sectoral collaboration, being one of the champions for health emergency and disaster risk management. And he is the program chair for the World Congress of the World Association for Disaster and Emergency Medicine, which will be held in the first week of May in 2025. There'll be very much a focus on that multi-sectoral approach, which we've been talking about, and I look forward to working with him and with you in terms of putting that particular program together. So finally, my acknowledgements are on the screen. Like to say thank you once again and look forward to building the collaboration with you for the health and safety, not only of the present generation, but also of future generations. Thank you very much.
Jonathan, thank you very much. Well, next, Professor Watanabe Kenji, Professor, Graduate School of Engineering, Head of Disaster and Safety Management, Nagoya Institute of Technologies, gives us a presentation titled Impact of Disruptive Disasters on Socioeconomic Activities and the Effectiveness of Regional BCM. Professor Watanabe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, folks. My name is Kenji Watanabe from Nagoya Institute of Technology. So my lecture timer is normally 19 minutes, but I try to 10 minutes. So my major research and development area is risk management, business continuity management, and critical infrastructure protection. But today I'd like to share with you the case study for the project I'm responsible for, which is implemented in Thailand for the last 5 years. So the subtitle is a discussion through a case study of the area BCM project, which is sponsored by Southwest structure to build interoperability and enhance resilience for sustainable employment. So let's start. So as you already recognized, that many floods everywhere on the globe, Germany, Turkey, Japan, Thailand, Australia, Pakistan, and now in Roppongi, maybe. Don't laugh, sorry. So the flood is very frequent and the more severe, and the impact will easily cause, of course, the people's life, but also the socioeconomic activities like business operations and supply chains. So we have already experienced many the kind of occasions. So we start from our project from the experience of the lessons learned from the Thailand flood in 2011. So the flood is the damaged over 800 the companies in Aita regions, and half of them is the Japanese corporations, mainly the semiconductor and automotive industries. So background is right here. The climate change as one of the major factors, and the concentration and increasing interdependency among urban functions, and rapid growth of population in the large cities, and delayed disaster information sharing among stakeholders, and lack of synergies and interoperability among individual BCPs and BCMs. So the result is cascading disaster damages through the global supply chain, and limitations of individual BCP business continuity plan has been recognized. So we started the project based on the area BCM concept, which is developed by the JICA almost 10 years ago. So the JICA established a kind of a working group, which is led by Hayashi Sensei, and I was a member of the project, the working group, to develop the area BCM concept. So basically, the scope of the area BCM is initially, they invite the local stakeholders, including the private sector, public sector, and community leaders, to share the local risks first. Then they brought their own business continuity plan or disaster management plan and get together. So they found many gaps and difference in the emerging situation. So they started to discussion how to harmonize, organize that kind of activities as a region to protect the people and at the same time protect the business as a platform to recover or resumption from the disaster. So JICA is prepared and developed that kind of a basic concept, but it's kind of pilot project. It's in Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and somewhere, the 5 or 6 countries in ASEAN countries, but just one project, one year project. So we took over the concept and put into the more practical implementation the project with 5 years project sponsored by JICA and JST. So this is a snapshot of our project. So as you can see in the right-hand bottom, so we are focusing on the industry park estate in Altai regions, which is exposed to the flood risk. So the reason why we focus on the industry park estate in Altai region is the community and business. There is many overlaps there. So we try to protect the people and protect business, but those two areas is the responsibility agency is different. Community protection in Thailand, DDPM, Department of Disaster Prevention Mitigation, they never, care about the business. The business side is the Ministry of Industry, so they care about business continuity in the region. But the people working there is kind of residents of the kind of surrounding community. So we try to focus on the industry park estate, which has many overlap in the community and businesses. But even such kind of situation, it's difficult to make the DDPM and business or the Ministry of the industry people sit together. So they talk each other, this is not my business. No, it's yours or something like that. That's the first year. The second year, third year, with some workshops, now they are sit together and talking together. So this is a unique part, but this is kind of key the factors. Maybe we can promote this activity to other the industry regions or other ASEAN countries. So we get many the flood risk related information from the RID, TMD is kind of a meteorological agencies or the river level, dam level, and the flood risk and rainfall, something like that. So many information is integrated in DDPM, and we are now getting the all data from DDPM. So we have equipped with information. And we prepared the analyze kit in a toolkit in the disaster and asset resource visualization function and business and community impact analysis and public-private partnership-based framework. So with our toolkit, initially we try to increase awareness of the people in the community and business. And next stage is understand the vulnerabilities and discuss how to work together for residents. And third stage, the prepare community and business continuity plan for sustainable society and start actions. So this is basic concept to make the community resilience and business community put together. It's a tough part. So we are now in this structure. Sorry, busy slide. So this is kind of our structures, the functions. The top side is a research item 1 team. It's responsible for the disaster risk analysis and assessment. So they are already developed a simulation model to the future risks, flood risks. The 30 patterns, the Miyamoto-san is now responsible, he's come today. So it's a disaster input. And then based on the input, left-hand side, the research item 0, community research team. They are providing the analysis tool for the community impact, how the expected disaster will make impact in the community, people's life. Left-hand side, research item 2 is business impact analysis. So the team is providing the functions to analyze how the expected flood is impact on the business resources, like employees' commute or the loss to the suppliers, loss to the harbors and electricity base, something like that. So many business resources we are captured in map, ArcGIS, and we can calculate it how fast and how large the expected disaster or the flood will impact on the business resources. Then item research item 3 is integrate all the items analysis tools into the toolkit and providing into the workshop, which is now implemented the 3 industry parks almost every month, inviting the companies and the industry park operators and the community leaders and the DDPM and the Ministry of Industries. So all people get together and discuss with the scenario, and which is we simulated the expected the flood. So many patterns we can create, so they can discuss and differences and challenges as a regional problems. So project objectives, you can see the bottom, establishment of platform to sustainable economic growth through disaster resilience enhancement at industry complexes in Thailand. So the Satos project is kind of a Thai-Japan joint team. So we have a lot of many peoples. And thank you for the Koike Sensei, Hai Sensei, Takara Sensei, so many researchers enjoyed and joining, and Kasuke Sensei and Miyamoto Sensei already joined. And the counterpart is mainly handled by Churanko University, but normally those kind of flood risk management project is operated by the engineering department. But we are including not only the engineering department, but the College of Population Studies, and also the Social Research Institute and the Environment Research Institute, and now we have the Business School of the Churanko University. And as you can see, we had many governmental agencies related to the community residents and also the business continuity. So it's kind of a large project. This is tough for me to handle, but this is challenging. But now the team is very integrated and with the shared objectives and very busy work in the last year of the project. So as I mentioned, our approach is kind of a very wide range. So normally, as I mentioned, the science technology is covered, those kind of flood risk management, but we including the social sciences and life and well-being sciences because the real problem is very complex. We need several the multidisciplinary approach. So we invited most of all the faculties in Churanko University and related researchers. So as you can see on the top, science technology, maybe you can easily imagine. So the many patterns of the flood simulations, with the very logical scientific data that we can provide those kind of the hazard map in the future. So as an input. And left-hand side, bottom, the social sciences, the team is developing business impact analysis. So how the hazard will impact in the loads and availability of employees, Mr. A in quality management offices. So how fast they could not come to, and how fast they have to make a decision to evacuate the employees to their home. So that kind of the activities we provide, we are developed in the social sciences based background. Right-hand side, sorry. Life and well-being sciences. This is not a unique point. So the team is the survey, community survey to develop the index to the vulnerability of the community. So which including the expense level of the flood in the past, and also the flood, the training level by the local government, and availability of the shelter, the places, and the portion of the vulnerable people like kids or the elder people or they have the severe diseases, something like that. So the reason why we include this, the local vulnerability, the factor will impact on the business resource availability, so employees availability. So something happens in their home, they cannot come to the factory. And something will happen in the flood, the company have to shut down the operation to evacuate the people to the home. So that kind of thing, so we are trying to challenge to integrate in a project. So this is our final goal. So UN, of course, SDGs and ENDR. So it's kind of a high level actions, but the bottom line, we want to try to the situations to proactive shut down the operation before the real severe impact will happen. So shut down the operations and evacuate the employees to the home at appropriate timing. Because in 2011 flood, many suppliers of H Honda is flooded because Honda did not allow to the suppliers to shut down the operations. So supplier A, B, C flooded one by one, and finally Honda flooded, and then operations shut down. But they spent unnecessary, time and effort to recover. So if they, shut down operation proactively with the more accurate information beforehand, they can close the factory first, the earlier, to avoid unnecessary effort and time to recover. So that kind of circumstances we want to create. In addition to that, if the DDPM know about the situation in the kind of industry complexes, they could issue the evacuation order earlier than the actual timing. So with the evacuation order to the industrial complexes, suppliers can easily to tell the customers, oh, we have an evacuation order, we will shut down the close, period. So we have to protect the local business appropriately to protect the sustainable employment, which should be the platform to the recover and resumption from the disaster. So that is our goal. So thank you very much. That's the input.
Thank you very much, Professor Watanabe. Next, Dr. Lauren Alexander Augustin, Executive Director for the Gulf Research Program, National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, gives us a presentation titled Climate, Health, and Equity, the Case for Transnational Resilience. Dr. Augustin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Let me start by saying what a privilege and an honor it is, and my thanks to the organizers for including me in this esteemed panel, and of course for Hiro-san for being such a great moderator. I'm delighted to be here today. So I want to talk, use my 10 minutes, which also might be slightly longer than 10 minutes, but I will do my best. I am timing it. 3 parts to this talk. 1, I'm going to talk about 2 troubling trends. 2nd, I'm going to talk about what climate, health, and equity looks like with resilience. And then 3rd and last, I'll talk about a possible path forward. So with that, I will begin. So there's 2 troubling trends that I think we've all been talking about. Trend number 1 is that climate change is a climate crisis, and it's now. It's not coming, it is here, and it is everywhere. In 2023, we all saw these headlines: hottest year, the hottest summer, hot, hot, hot. We don't know what to do with these new records everywhere. And so we see heat. We see it on land, we see drought in the Horn of Africa, we see fires in the Pacific, in Canada. We see water is getting hot. We're getting these fish kills across the world. We have coral reefs dying, and we see these protracted heat waves. We also get the wet, right? Floods everywhere. We've been hearing about floods, and we've been hearing about it yesterday and today, but typhoons, like today, India, but we're also seeing high casualty floods. Greece is flooding as we speak with tragedy. So it's not just hot, it's also wet. And then there is the just plain weird weather going on. In California, they got a hurricane. That does not happen on the Pacific coast of North America. We had no snowfall in the Pacific Northwest. Cyclone Freddy over in Madagascar on the east coast of Africa is the longest running cyclone, 20 days bouncing around. Smoke from Canada is turning New York City into an apocalyptic red zone. We have this crazy heat, and we have floods in places that are traditionally desert areas. So we are getting this very strange mix. It's exactly what the scientists told us would come when we heat the planet such as we have. And there's more to come. This is not the end. This portends to be the beginning. So that's trend number 1. Trend number 2 is that the people most affected by this weather are the poor, the disenfranchised, those who are the least able to withstand any kind of shock and the least able to recover. This is a trend we see around the globe. Those are the two trends. That's part one. Part two of the talk. What we talk about when we talk about climate, health, and equity, when they all come together. So my colleague, Dr. Abraham, talked about the health, and I want to talk about the social determinants of health. And these are revealed by a disaster. They're not created by a disaster. And these are the pieces that make people and make communities healthy. Things like, do people have secure housing? Are they educated? What is their socioeconomic status? Are they poor? Are they rich? Do they have enough food on a daily basis? And do they have social support? These are some. There are more. We have health people here who can walk us through, but these are some of the pieces of the social construct that when we see a disaster or we see a weather event, we say, oh, look what came out of that event. But these are really the things that are revealed, not created by a disaster. And so what happens when you have people with low social determinants of health? They have poor housing, they're food insecure, they're uneducated. They can't recover as quickly from a setback. And when you're talking about climate coming in, you might see successive events, one after another in rapid succession. And you have people who can't recover and they keep sinking and things keep coming, and the overlapping recoveries create an enormous challenge for them just to get to their baseline, which was already a low social determinant of health. And so this pattern compounds over time. Now, it so happens that the people with the lowest social determinants of health live in often the most risk-prone areas. So you see how this pattern starts to compound and those trends start to pile up. Most people live near the coast. We heard this yesterday. It remains true today, right? And so when we talk about coastal living, we talk about coastal hazards. For my World Economic Forum friends, you all will recognize this. This is from the Global Risk Report. This is from this year. And I want to talk about the risks that the World Economic Forum puts out this year. And this is not an eye test, but we have cost of living, we have natural disasters. And so here are some related to coastal cities. Now keep in mind, most of the world lives in a coastal area. So here are some of the greatest risks from the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report that relate to coastal living. These are related to climate change. And if you were to go through, you could also see how these are related to the social determinants of health. You have housing, you have socioeconomic issues here. And this is where you start to see these different risks start to compound. Now, again, not an eye test for those wondering what these maps are, but this is the map of the United States. And in shorthand, the darker the shade of blue, the more disenfranchised the people are. And so when you think about this transnational resilience, at least in the United States, we're talking about a very heterogeneous situation. We have states that are dark blue. A lot of them are in the South. And here you're going to have higher exposure to environmental hazards, higher food insecurity, higher incidences and death from COVID-19, poverty, right? And so the darker, this is where those social determinants of health are really low, and the people are more vulnerable. Now, here's also a map of the United States. And I like this image because it's very clear where the risks are greatest for coastal hazards. It's right there on the Gulf of Mexico, where I happen to work with my program. And if we go back to here, you will see that the darkest states are around the Gulf of Mexico, and here the risks are the greatest, right? So now we have more climate risks with the most vulnerable people. And what I will say about this slide, and I hope these slides can be made available, this basically says that in the United States, some of the people of Alabama, Mississippi, Black people have the same outlook as some of the poorest third world countries, the poorest developing countries in the United States, one of the richest countries on the planet. So we see that when we're talking about equity, it's not just the rich countries and the poor countries, it's the rich people and the poor people. And it creates a lot of tension in trying to get to that balance. So this slide says that these poor people in the United States, they're largely Black or brown, or they do not speak English as a first language, are the most vulnerable to these coastal risks. Okay, that's what it looks like when you have climate risks coming in with low social determinants of health. And so what does this mean? And I know the question on everyone's tongue, and I think that we will be hoping to answer this, is what does it look like? What does this mean for us going forward together? And one of the things that we've talked about is this transnational resilience. And this is effectively an opportunity for those of us with these common problems: climate change, equity, health. These are universal around the globe. So we have common problems, we can work on common solutions, and that's really all that this transnational resilience is about. And we talk about governance. How do we work together? We talk about exchange of data, information, ideas. We talk about needing resources and investments. It may not be expensive, but it probably is not free. And we need to find these shared solutions to these shared problems. That's what we're talking about. And so the question is, how do we do that? So very briefly, I will share with you that at the National Academy of Sciences, we're trying this out in the United States. Now, the United States is a big country, some 360 million people spread out across a large area. And trust me when I say it is not homogeneous. It is almost like several countries involved. And so what we're doing in the United States is taking an experiment of taking different regions across the country and seeing if we can bring together cohorts within each region to see what the commonalities are within each cohort, and then across the cohorts. And so this is the Climate Communities Network. We're working with the National Academy of Medicine, Jonathan, so we are bringing in your health people, but we're bringing in community members, we're bringing in community-based organizations, national non-governmental organizations, state government, federal government, private industry. So all of these organizations that were in Professor Hayashi's talk yesterday, coming together to try to solve these problems. And so we have these regional cohorts, and we're starting this in the fall of 23. I think we're launching it in 2 weeks, so stay tuned on this. But what we hope to find are there ways to get these different regions of the United States to work together? And if that works, maybe next year this time, we can bring this back to this forum and say, let's try this across the different countries that have the shared problems. So some of the outcomes that we're talking about is, how do we discuss this? How do we share information around risk, about things that have not happened? This goes to Professor Hayashi's question yesterday. How do we talk about catastrophic events under blue sky days? On a nice day, how do we talk about something terrible that might happen, maybe here? We don't know when, or we don't know how bad. How do we talk about that? How can we line up these communities and these cohorts to get prepared for that? And how do we share information to work together? This is what we hope to come out of this event. And we talk about transformation. And one of my favorite analogies is using a zipper, right? So a zipper, you start with two pieces that are disconnected, and then you transform them into something that's connected. And so we think of this is not limited to one entity. So you have to work from the top down and the bottom up. And so from the top down, from the transnational or the national, we bring some financial resources, some expertise, some of these great models, awareness. We got to start building trust. And then from the bottom up, we get the people who actually know what it looks like on the ground. This is where you can get that granularity of what it looks like in your actual community, because communities are made up of different individuals with different resources. So we work from the top down, we bring in what we can from the government, from the industry, and we work from the bottom up to make sure the community needs get communicated. And in the end, fingers crossed, we get a problem solution. We have the common problem, we have an identification of the problem, we work together, we zip up that zipper, and we come up with some common solutions to these common problems. So our job here, those of us gathered at this wonderful conference this week, our job is to be the peacemakers and to be the deal makers. This is not that easy, as we know, but we have to make this peace. We have to bring in the trust and bring these elements together. And with that, 4 minutes over time, I'm going to say thank you.
Lauren, thank you very much. Excellent presentation. Thank you so much. Well, I would like to move to the panel discussion. And before today's session 2 and 2, we talked among ourselves. And in fact, we wanted to have a dialogue actually among panelists. And so to do so, I have prepared one fundamental question. And because I am from a private sector, in the private sector, when we want to innovate, we tend to ask a fundamental kind of like a North Star kind of question. And that question is, how might we take necessary actions, especially before, during, and after disaster for everybody in the world, in a way that the whole society works together smoothly, so that nobody is left behind. So this is a question we like to use as a guiding principle for a panel discussion. And as a starting point, Mayor Yamamoto has demonstrated amazing capacity as a leader by going through 3 natural hazards or disasters 3 times in a row. Okay, so as a starting point, I'd like to ask Yamamoto-san regarding his thinking on this particular point. How can we work together among, say, community members, stakeholders in that? And I think he has demonstrated how he did it, but I'd like to ask him again, what is a lesson we can learn from him, from you? So Yamamoto-san, and so please, what is your thought? In Japanese, of course.
はい、すみません。日本語でしかできないので、日本語で、お話をさせていただきたいと思います。まず、状況把握というかですね、情報をいかにですね、掴んで、それをですね、みんな、住民はじめですね、このコミュニティにいかに伝えるかだというふうに思います。それによって、そのコミュニティなり住民がですね、その危機に対してどういうふうにですね、自分たちでその、行動を起こしていくかということだというふうに思います。で、そこでですね、一つ問題なのは、自分でその行動を作れない方々もいるんですね。ですから情報をこう伝えるだけ、こういう状況にありますよという情報を伝えるだけではなくて、 やはりそこで行動をなかなか取れない人に関してはですね、コミュニティなり、あるいは自助共助公助ですけれども、共助の部分だったり、あるいは公助の部分で、それをですね、取れないような方に対してはですね、どういうふうな行動を取ったらいいかっていうのが指南指示だったりするわけだというふうに思いますので、まず今我々が市役所の中にですね、災害対策本部を作って今進めているっていうのがですね、自分たちでやるということをですね、実行しているというところだというふうに思います。よろしいでしょうか。
Thank you very much, Yamamoto-san. Well, he has just mentioned the importance of engagement of community and also the necessity to deliver information, but also encouragement to take actions. And so these are these are very important points to remember. But with that, is anybody wants to respond or have maybe Lauren? You seem to be ready to talk. So.
Well, I will start. I would say that how do we do this is that this is the job of multiple people working together because there is not one entity to do it alone. I think that's very important, and to understand that there are this top down and this bottom up. I would say that for the whole world, that nobody is left behind is a tall task.
Yeah.
And I think it will be very important to engage the youth because it will be their future. And they have different ways of understanding and envisioning what this could be. And so if we bring in a mix of people who are older with the experience, who can also then share with the younger people who will be the leaders of tomorrow, we could use this communication in the way that the digital natives communicate. So how do we talk about catastrophic events? Well, the scientists among us will talk about statistics, and we'll talk about modeling, and we'll talk about the limitations of our ability to project and estimate. But if we were to ask a 15-year-old, they might do a TikTok. They might have social media. They have different ways of understanding this risk. And I think that with the help of science, with the youth, we could, I'm looking at Ryan for Esri, storyboards, visualizations. There's the spoken word. There's all kinds of ways to communicate. And I think that if we're looking for different solutions, we should look at developing different approaches.
Well, Jonathan, do you have any reaction to she just said?
Of course I do. Thanks very much. A supportive reaction, of course. Yeah. So I think we've heard about the importance of really knowing communities, and I would challenge us whether we really do know our communities, particularly when it comes to those who are, call it, at the margins or perhaps invisible in our communities. So that's where the engagement with public health can be very important, because public health workers, whoever they are, they have very good intelligence of who's who within the community, the challenges that they face, but also the networks that exist within that particular community that can be tapped into for the betterment of society. Of course, we talked about the importance of building relationships. In order to build relationships in the complexity that we're talking about, there really does need to be an investment in those people. You were saying deal breakers and boundary spanners, people who are going to bring people together to facilitate, not to dictate or prescribe, but to facilitate that interaction. So I see that that's often where the resources are not invested. They are going into particular programs, but not, vertical programs, but not the horizontal approaches that we keep talking about, but the investment is not there. And it's a question of enabling what's happening at the community level,
community networks, enabling those people within communities to come together because they are innately resilient, they are innately survivors. So how can they pool their capabilities together to do what Lauren was saying, but also at local, subnational, national and global levels? If we're going to walk the talk, then we need to definitely invest there. And also, as you were saying about the investment in youth, it is the investment in young people, but it's investment in all of the workforces that we're talking about. I can observe that in the health sector, very few students, at undergraduate, graduate level, are exposed to resilience work or to disaster risk management. If we are saying that it's everyone's business, and I would say inevitably people working in public health are going to be either contributing to resilience through primary health care right through to surgery. If they are going to be involved in response, then it's really important that in our education, in our academic programs, in our research programs, that we bring a stronger focus to the issues that we've been talking about today. And in fact, as Lauren was saying, there's a very strong concern and interest of young people in the climate risks in their futures. So let's work out how we can optimize that concern and turn it into an asset to be able to promote community resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Watanabe-san, any comments to both of them?
Yes, not direct response, but from my experience of the project I introduced this morning, so many discussions should be there, but before the discussion, just set up the community, discussion the opportunities. So our project is inviting the local stakeholders, including the private sector, public sector, community leaders. So just the sensational, the title workshop, Can You Survive for the Next Disaster? Something like that. So there may be people coming. So from the local government and the central government agencies, the corporations and community leaders. So after the lecture, we have the workshop. So by the way, what kind of risks do you recognize in this region? So they can share the risks. Oh, this is different, but this is the common risks which they have to together. So then the next session. So what kind of plan do you respond to the disasters? So they can share their own plans. So many gaps, many balls dropped between the stakeholders. So that kind of recognition is very first stage to start with. So before the logical discussion, maybe my recommendation to set up the kind of opportunity or occasion to people, stakeholders coming together. Then, so maybe the organizer should be the politically neutral position. Maybe the academia is a good position to invite the many stakeholders in the region. So the first stage should be the shared the common risk in the region, regardless of the organizational, the profiling or the missions, and then recognize the difference among the stakeholders. After that, so how to discuss about how to fill the gap between to protect the people's life and employment, which should be the baseline or the fundamentals to recover from the next disaster. So seminar with the sensational topic, maybe my recommendation first.
Thank you very much. Actually, we have to wrap up this in next 2 minutes. So I would like to ask just one final question, and also you can mention your concluding remark. So, what is the biggest missing piece of the puzzle for us to make it happen? To take a whole society approach to work, especially before disaster. What is the biggest missing piece of the puzzle? And then how can we make it better? So maybe starting from Lauren to then say, okay. And in 20 seconds, maybe?
I think the biggest missing piece is leadership. And that is, I think that we need to see people and organizations volunteer and step up to take the first step And if it's wrong, then we learn from the mistakes and we adapt and move forward. But I think that we need to exhibit some leadership to demonstrate how important this is in our communities, in our countries, and for our shared planet.
So addition to leadership, maybe the imagination, skill of the imagination, what will happen after the disasters, consequences in people's life and social economic activities. So imagination. Next.
Thank you very much. Well, I think in our business, we need to turn the conversation away from the adversity to the strengths and to recognize that there are a lot of capacities. And when we do our risk assessments, I think in this field, we don't see enough focus on assessing capacities within communities. It's often, it's the hazards, it's the exposure, it's the vulnerabilities, but where are the capacities? Because it's actually the capacities that need to be built. Another comment, if you don't mind, don't be shy in using the word public health. If you're talking about safety, if you're talking about human safety, that's public health, you know, and if we really want to be human-centered in our approach, people-centered, then it must be associated with people's health and well-being, as we heard yesterday. So these are a couple of the things that I thought would be important. Thank you.
難しい質問をされたような気がするんですが、私はやはりその状況を知るということをですね、みんなそこに関わる人がですね、みんなでしっかりその状況を理解できるような形を作ることではないかなというふうに思います。
Well, thank you very much for distinguished panelists. I think we did have a great conversation, and everybody actually talked about the importance of everybody, and also the working together as a team, and also leadership and information engagement. Everything is so necessary, and so that I think I would like to leave this as a potential conclusion of this session. And thank you very much for your amazing contribution to the discussion. Thank you so much.
So, hello everyone. It's great to see you all here and on web. My name is Tamura Keiko, a researcher at Niigata University, and also an associate member Science Council of Japan. So, would you please show the first slide? 最初のスライドをお願いします。はい。Yesterday, in session 2-1, we discussed about the past catastrophic disasters. And in session 2-2, just finished, we discussed how society should change to overcome future catastrophic disasters. In this session 2-3, we would like to discuss how science and technology can contribute to realize a resilient and sustainable society. So we have 5 great panelists for this session. 1 panelist on web and 4 on site. So first, one by one, they will give a presentation, and then we will move on to the panel discussion. So first presenter is Dr. Guillaume-Michel Calvi, Professor and Vice Rector for Research at the IUSS Pavia. So hello, Dr. Calvi.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you very well.
Should I share the screen or are you going to pass my slides?
We can do that, or you can do that. Both ways, fine. Which one do you want to do that? Great.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, right now. So please do. Great, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I know I have 10 minutes. I try to stay within 10 minutes. I've been asked to talk about the situation in Europe for what concern expected earthquakes and disaster preparedness. First of all, I think it's appropriate to try to clarify that there might be a different perception about what is Europe under this respect. As everybody knows, Europe is a combination, is a federation essentially of countries. If we look at the present earthquake risk map of Europe that you can now see on the screen, you can see that Europe have a very different hazard situation for what concerns earthquakes. And more specifically, the real part of Europe where there is a high risk or a high hazard, if you prefer, is essentially the southern part of Europe, where in this map Turkey is included, even if Turkey is a prospective member and not a full member of Europe. But you can see that essentially the area of Italy, Greece, and the Balkan region, with an area in Romania and Turkey, is the area where there is a high vulnerability, a high hazard for earthquakes. If we look at the political map of Europe, you can see that the situation is very complex, and it is difficult to talk in terms of Europe under a general perspective for what concerns preparedness and for what concerns earthquake risk. The situation in, I don't know, in Ireland or in Belgium or in Sweden or in Finland is very different from the situation in Italy or in Greece or in Turkey or in the Balkan region. I'll try to say a few words, also given the time constraints, about the situation in Turkey and in Italy as an example of situations where the risk is high, and what has been done, what's been doing in these areas. In Turkey, as you can see, in Turkey there are two areas. There is the northern Italian fault, and there is a general high hazard, and there is another region in the southern east part of Turkey where the hazard is high. Now, if we look at the northern Italian fault, where the slip rate is about 22 millimeters per year, in the past, past century, there has been a number of earthquakes, and looking at what happened, there is the evidence. There has been the evidence in the past of some slip deficit in an area in the Marmara Sea, which is next to Istanbul, which is probably the highest vulnerability and the highest exposure region in Turkey. So Turkey was working hard to try to be prepared for a strong earthquake in Istanbul. That earthquake has not yet come. It might come in the future, of course, but it has not yet come. And what happened is that last year, there was an earthquake in another region in Turkey, a rather strong earthquake, actually two earthquakes, 7.8, 7.7 magnitude, in an area in the southern part, which is almost quite the opposite side with respect to Istanbul. The measures in general were to have a relevant program for a reduction of vulnerability, but this was particularly active in the Istanbul area. And there was a law that made it compulsory to isolate all hospitals, for seismic isolation of all hospitals, new and existing in Turkey. This second measure has been significant for what happened in the southern part of Turkey. Actually, there were 12 hospitals isolated, and none of them had any problem. I will show you only one example. This is a hospital in the south part of Turkey. After the earthquake, you see that everything is normal. Actually, there are people even kind of camping in the hospital because the hospital was essentially undamaged. And this was a situation of several buildings within an area of 5 kilometers in the region. So you see that there were several buildings collapsed, but even buildings that did not collapse at the level of damage that would have been making impossible to use the hospital And for a hospital after an earthquake, as everybody knows, the important thing is to function, to work, not only not to collapse. For what concerns the situation in Italy, the situation in Italy is quite different, because in Italy, there is not presently an expectation for large magnitude earthquakes, but there are very frequent events at a magnitude which is slightly above 6 or something like that. Actually, the return period for magnitude 6 earthquake in Italy is 12 years. I know that in Japan, you probably would not be worried for a magnitude 6 earthquake, but the situation in Italy is quite different, because there is a very high vulnerability which is spread over the country because of historical centers and a traditional architecture. Actually, if you look at this slide, you can have an idea of what happened in recent earthquakes for example, medieval churches like the one you see in the upper row of slides, where you can, in general, you can see the situation before and after the earthquake. These are images of the 2017 earthquake in central Italy. And it is not easy to reduce the vulnerability of buildings like the one that you see here. So what is being doing here is that there is a public program on infrastructures, which is a very strong program. For example, on road networks, on hospitals, on dams, on airports, and so on. And there's been a huge program in funding private intervention by detaxation that could have been up to 100% of the money spent in the restitution of 100% of the money spent in 10 years. This is useful and important for private residential buildings, like some of those that I was showing you. And there has been a large number of micro-strengthening by private owners. Whether this will work or not, we will see it in the future, but certainly it has been a huge program in this country. So the other aspect is that Italy is quite well prepared for emergency management. The Italian civil protection is a leader under this respect in Europe, and within this program there have been also part of the program that were oriented to software for homeless management and programs for large fast construction in the case of a large magnitude event. So even if in the low magnitude event that we are expecting in Italy, in most cases the probability of having a large number of homeless is relatively low. There have been in the past cases where the situation was quite different. So, for example, in the Messina earthquake in 1908, which is the same category of earthquakes as the Canto earthquake that you know well, which was a magnitude 7.5, there were more than 1,000 victims, and you can imagine the number of homeless. This kind of event is something that probably will not be having very different effects today with respect to what happened 1 century ago. So is the country prepared to something like that? So as I was saying, the public program is concentrating on infrastructure, on public infrastructures. The other public program is concentrated on the taxation of intervention on buildings. There is a last program that I like to mention, which is that following the experience of an earthquake about 10 years ago in L'Aquila in 2009, the Italian civil protection has been working on the capacity of constructing a number of, say, high-tech buildings in a very short time. After L'Aquila, we've been able to build some 186 buildings for about 15,000 people in less than 6 months, all of them isolated, with the immediate intervention of the civil protection to build a series of double slabs, on top of which different buildings were constructed. You can see to the right here some of these buildings under construction with columns and isolation devices, like this one that you see on top of this building here. And what you can see here is an example of what happened. We have, of course, a large number of these kind of video clips where buildings were built in normally each one in less than 3 months. So at that time, this was essentially invented after the earthquake. Now the civil protection is trying to be prepared to build something like this on a more, say, prepared situation, with a capacity of building buildings up to 9 stories in very fast terms after an event. So this is what I can tell you, and let me conclude saying that next year there will be the World Conference of Earthquake Engineering in Milano. So I hope to see you all of them there. I'm finished here, and I thank you all for listening to this short presentation.
Thank you very much. So thank you for sharing this interesting situation about the building mitigation and also loss and damage in Italy and Turkey. Thank you very much. So let's move to a second presenter. Second presenter will be Dr. Nakashima Masayoshi. He is a president of Kobori Research Complex. So, Nakashima sensei, お願いします。
はい。Thank you, Professor Tamura, for the kind introduction. And this is the topic of mine today. So the overarching theme of this conference is how to prepare for and respond to the catastrophic disasters, whatever the definition of catastrophe may be. And here, this the conclusion and my opinion of mine. Solution is a community-based coalition between industry and the inhabitants. Is a solution for practical measures for rescue, recovery, immediately after disastrous events. And that's my conclusion, and then I supplement. Fact 1, no matter how much technological developments may be achieved, we shall rely upon young human power immediately after a huge disastrous event that rarely occurs. Say, one past lesson, say, from 2011 Tohoku, which was learned by a construction firm that positively joined the rescue operation. We can do what we imagined and prepared to do, but beyond that, we must do under instantaneous decisions and actions based upon experience and mutual trust. So another past lesson, say, from 1995 Kobe, say, the learning of a lesson of myself. I was the Kyoto University professor at that time, and I was in the forefront of post-Kobe reconnaissance and damage assessment. So then my lesson is in an emergency, we need fighting spirit more than contemplation, physical strength more than wisdom. I don't say wisdom is not needed, but anyway, so they say quick, and the action needed, and both requiring youth, both physical and mental. So that's the lessons that we have. Facts continued. Traditionally, local governments and authorities were the primary vehicles to procure such human power and lead the post-disaster rescue and the temporary recovery. However, Japan's workforce population has been shrinking very notably, particularly in the public sector. Here's a lesson inherited by many generations of Japanese. Reliance on the government is very firm in Japan. So with its sentiment of ruler must protect us because we gave up the possession of weapons many centuries ago. So the public sector has to help us. Here's a little supplement about the shrinkage of the public sector. Under the slogan of Tein Sakugen, scheduled reduction, So TESAC means a scheduled reduction of workforce in the public sector. Advocates since the 1980s, the number of employees in that Japan's central government was reduced from about 900K 50 years ago down to about 250K now. Many semi-government organizations such as railways or telecommunication also privatized many years ago. So with those backgrounds in mind, here is my subjective proposal, a solution to overcome population shrinkage, yet to secure human power during disastrous events, particularly immediately after the disaster occurs. So is the use of private sector, since young human power is relatively more available in the public sector, private sector. And a workable way to prepare for coming disastrous events is forming a community-based, but my community is small community, local communities, community-based coalition between industry and inhabitants residing in the same region. Here's one example. The first, say, what we can do in the peacetime. One ongoing example is a coalition between a construction firm located in downtown Tokyo and the people living there. The firm has voluntarily installed a strong motion station, which is connected to the national network of seismographs. So then upon, say, some shaking, say the level of shaking, type of shakings, those collected near real time. Further, using the firm's expertise in design construction of built infrastructures, the vulnerability of individual buildings and infrastructure systems in the region being estimated in a professional manner in the peacetime. So then, if something happens and then immediately after disastrous event, such as installation, estimation, say, in the peacetime, makes it possible to identify the damaged locations and severities rather microscopically within the region. Upon detecting a significant shaking, the predicted damage is shared within the community, and the people, companies, local authorities in the area can smoothly take actions most suitable for securing their lives and the businesses. Here, it's a little bit about the mentality of those industries. Regarding the firm's willingness for such effort of community-based coalition, we observed that the example firm had not considered any short-term business merit when initiating such an action. So instead, the firm worries about the difficult situations that its employees, buildings, facilities, and eventually its business should encounter. The firm has convinced itself that maintaining the lives of people residing in the same region and that their assets is equally crucial when considering the firm's safety. The key is for the region's leading industry to recognize that forming a community-based coalition is vital to the industry's crisis management. So, a supplemental piece of information, opinion. We often hear dual use in both the peace and the emergency times. Unfortunately, I don't buy the theory, as many products or services, prepared for, emergency, for the sake of emergency times, but also used for peace times. Those products and services are critically important during emergency, of little use in the peacetime anyway. So those who have market obsessed and want to learn from such products or services can't remain patient until the D-Day, and they commonly disappear before. So once again, the mind of industries is their safety, to maintain their safety say they have to make the surrounding society community also safe enough. Now I have one more slide, which is crucial for the future, but this is reserved for the discussion according to this detailed schedule. With this much of final word, say my short story is ending. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Nakashima. Your presentation made me think about what true collaboration should be. Thank you very much. So we will have a third presenter, Director Ryan Lankus. He is a Director of National Government and Public Safety Solutions, ESRI. So are you ready for the presentation? So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor. And thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you for the kind invitation to join you and share a bit of a vision related to geography as a science, as a way forward to help us understand the world that we live in and a pathway forward for everyday use. I think that will build off of my colleagues' previous comments as well. So thank you again. It's a pleasure to join you. I travel from the US to join you. I live in Houston, Texas. We share many of the same hazards, in fact, of typhoons and flooding, severe weather and heat. Many things that my colleagues the other day talked about coastal communities. I live and experience. My family went through Hurricane Harvey, the largest hurricane on record ever, dropping 60 inches in US terms of rain on my neighborhood. So I appreciate what you do. And I would say we're not that dissimilar. In fact, even though we're from different parts of the world, we face many of the same challenges, many of the same issues. And so I appreciate the hard work that you do as a community of scientists and practitioners to bring all of this together. I deliberately started with this map, which shows our collective impact on the world. What's interesting is that no matter where you look on that map, there's very few places that aren't touched by us as humans. That's in the decisions we make to build infrastructure, to not build infrastructure, to avoid conversations, to engage in conversations. And so one of the key challenges that I would like to point to today is an opportunity, and especially as a geographer, why I'm excited to be part of this conversation of scientists, is that I think for us to be more resilient and to build this sustainable future for all, we have to really be clear about what we're measuring and understanding for action. Now, on the opening session yesterday, it was referenced the new special report from UNDRR, and actually pulled a subsection of a quote that I thought was apropos for this conversation, which says, in the end, measuring what is valued reflects societal priorities and provides the basis for the policies to follow. Now, that single sentence encapsulates a lot of what I would like to talk about. How do we know what's important to everyone at neighborhood level unless we ask? How do we understand where we should invest ourselves in mitigation and adaptation priorities unless we ask? And as scientists, having access to good data about those needs only makes our job better and easier in the end. And there's lots of frameworks with which we could approach resilience. That's not my intent today to talk about those different frameworks. It's more about how we can collectively work together to solve this challenge. Now, I would say resilience starts with geography. It's about understanding where the different systems that you work in every day intersect. It's where the natural hazards occur, of course, but it's also where the social economic systems collide together. We heard great representation on the first panel today about these exact topics of understanding equity and issues related to that. It's not just about the fact that we are in a flood-prone area. It's about the coping and capacity mechanisms of those communities to withstand those repeated shocks and to recover. Now, to me, data is about the hard science and the social science connected together. I think this is where we can start to look for a common language of understanding this complex phenomenon. It discovers patterns of where we should focus mitigation dollars, limited dollars that we have, and limited resources to have the greatest impact. And again, back to understanding and what's societally important is understanding where within the neighborhood level we should take action. So we shouldn't just be focused at the national level. We have to get into communities, get involved in neighborhood conversations, understanding that and feeding, as I love the zipper analogy from earlier, a bottom-up approach as well as a top-down approach with data and science. So how do we do this? Right? Because I think those are words, but how do we put this to practice? I would say that to do this requires us collaborating together, just like this meeting, every day of the year. It requires us to move data between organizations, to move your models your knowledge that you have inside of your own organization amongst other organizations to build an ecosystem of people that are mobilizing together. Now, in a GIS technology term, when you think about the science and technology aspect of my talk, many times we start on the left-hand side, each of your organizations working independently to build models and simulations and understanding data. You're experts in different ologies, geology, sociology, and so forth. But what if we could start to connect that organization to the one next to it, and the one next to it, and the one internationally that faces very similar challenges in different geographies, to test your theories, to test the models at scale, to provide collective input and start to work forward. I think this is how we move from single organizations working together in the world that we live in with technology, using the collective tools we have together to start connect us. This is about an ecosystem of people working. It's not just moving data from point A to point B. It's moving models, it's moving your knowledge, it's connecting us together as a society to build an ecosystem that can truly address these challenges. And that network, that geospatial ecosystem, if you will, of your expert opinions and knowledge and data, is how we start to build what I think we need to really understand these phenomena. This idea of a digital twin. Yesterday, I heard a fantastic example of the smartwatch on your wrist as an example of a digital twin for our bodies. What we're talking about is a digital twin for not just our bodies, but for the entire world. In this case, for Japan. And so we can start to look at landscape scale phenomenon. We can look at inside building structures for retrofitting and understanding how those policies and adaptations are truly taking root or not. We can look at network infrastructure for transportation and so forth. And we can actually look at a city scale to really bring this together. This idea of a digital twin is predicated on having good data and knowledge collectively from all of you at the same time. Now that's abstract, but this is a real example of a living digital twin. This is the city of Boston. It's using base data from the city itself for buildings and streets and networks. It's looking at imagery data draped over the top to give a realistic view, a perception of what we see in a map. And it's also pulling in the information models, the building information models, the community information models, in this case, the transportation network in real time. And as we drill in, we can actually go inside the buildings to look at floor plans and retrofitting and structures in real time. Now, this is a real example, of course, from a city around the world. But imagine if we could do this at a living scale so that it's taking all of the input from each city as they put new data out, as they change addresses, as people move from point A to point B in a community, as demographics change, as their social determinants of health change, as we heard earlier. That we can consume that and make sure that your models, your simulations, all of that is changing in real time as well, so that we have the best information possible to respond when something does happen. I would say that that's the key thing for us, is not just building the infrastructure, but it is now moving with that infrastructure with purpose. What does that mean? It's going from science and data into action. An example of this I use back in the States related to climate emergencies and the climate crisis is this climate mapping for resilience and adaptation portal. This is an authoritative digital twin for the US related to data from authoritative agencies, from meteorological agencies, from transportation agencies, from the environment agency together, using the best of climate science and policy to help local decision makers understand future impacts of climate on their neighborhoods. That's where we as scientists and as technologists can enable every community to take action directly, where to plant more trees for urban heat island, how to do mitigation projects for flood adaptation and so forth. Tell them exactly where to go and take action, not just let them determine the steps. And to do that, we can't just rely on our good science. We have to be able to tell great stories. We need people to resonate with the data that we have and the models and the information that we're providing. And this can take many different forms. It could be, like I just showed, a game engine technology for younger individuals to immerse themselves in a community and walk the streets and see what it looks like in a future state. Perhaps it's just great visualizations that represent what you're trying to achieve in terms of building resilience by planting more trees or creating adaptation strategies. It can be a combination of maps and data and graphics and visualization to reach people where they are and absorb your message to move into action. We need them to do something. Let's help them access this data effectively. And then finally, I would say that when we do this, we owe it to all of ourselves and to those that we're serving to report on the progress, both the good and the bad progress, because this is not a short-term effort, right? This is a long-term challenge, a marathon, if you will, if you're a runner, that we are facing. And so you could look at the Sustainable Development Goals and reporting mechanisms as one example of how we can report on progress to achieve resilience. We can do this at the subnational level. We can move that up to the geospatial infrastructure we talked about and report nationally for Japan. This example from around the world is the most recent SDG hub from Burkina Faso showing their efforts to do this. So that's the story I'd like to share with you today, is this idea of connecting us together, using technology as an enabling function to take all of your good science, all of your collective knowledge to scale, and doing it with purpose, communicating well with others, moving forward now in the time that we have together. And I will say that my 3 things for you to take away for this are that we should be working now to build this national GIS, all of you together collectively working with the experts you have in the room, with your colleagues who aren't able to attend here in person, to support your efforts to build this national GIS, as I would call it. I think that leads you to building this national living digital twin, a realistic version of everything you see from sensors and networks to help your simulations and your science get better and better for forecasting and purpose. And then finally, think about how we tell a great story for all the work that we're doing to engage everyone in that process, to listen to their needs, to listen to their input at a local community level, and make sure that we're communicating all of our detailed back to them in whatever form that makes sense to them. So with that, thank you for the time today. I truly appreciate the opportunity. It's been fantastic to spend the week with you, and I look forward to the panel discussion shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Rankles. Very informative, and I can imagine the future envisioned by the digital twin. Thank you very much. So we will go to the next presenter, Dr. Wei-Sen Lee. He is Secretary General of NCDR Taiwan. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the invitation. Have me here to share some of my experience. I'm so sorry, every time I travel, sometimes I travel with disaster. Like when I am living in Taiwan, I am dealing with the emergency operation of Typhoon number 2. And now it's Typhoon number 13 approaching to Tokyo. So I'm sorry for that because I always bring Typhoon with me. My talk today, I try to explain why I select information supply chain for disaster risk management, because in Taiwan, we find some issues about information disconnected in my government, within research community. So this is my experience about almost 20 years ago since I joined my office in 2004. I experienced several periods of how my office worked with government agency. So the first from 2004 for 2009 experience base. At that time, who lead EOC? Emergency responder. They think they are so experienced. They have the privilege, they have everything. They have equipment, they have power resources, but they didn't believe about scientific evidence. Maybe one reason is we talk too scientific. They cannot understand our language. That's a big issue. So at that time, I think we had a lot of the low mutual trust. And we learn by making mistakes. They will know how to improve the problem. So this is I mark 2009. 2009, we hit by the big typhoon. 700 people died because of one typhoon. So our government realized one thing. Where is our information supply chain? We have a lot of information database, as mentioned by Ryan, a lot of individual GIS base, but no integration. So in case we need emergent operation, there is no common operational pictures. This is something I learned from Professor Hayashi a few years ago. When I heard that idea, I bring back to Taiwan, share with my colleague, we should implement this in our office. But at that time, no environment to make it happen until Typhoon Morocco. So since the Typhoon Morocco, we think data, science and technology make disaster management change because they understand we can help them something. We can talk their language. So we can win mutual trust. That's a very important thing. How we co-deliver change in our society. We never want to, we just change them. We want to co-deliver change. And at the same time, we can grow up. Into the phase 3, I think beside the data now is the booming age about data. So we expect in the future, maybe the AI, like generative artificial intelligence, will play another role in disaster risk management. However, in this field, I will show later, we emphasize information intelligence. Why intelligence? Not just information, because people cannot understand information directly unless some facilitator can make them into intelligence. So people can act, people can walk, or people can take action. So this is very important. We enter the phase 3, so-called information intelligence phase. So this is how we happen. What happened during 2009, too much information or too little information because of individual systems not work together. So we think another problem is we lack of common operational picture. Everyone didn't speak on the same page during emergency operation. My office is located in the same building with our National Emergency Operating Center. So in case of emergency like a typhoon, my job becomes 24/7. We have to operate. And the last one is how we make timely decisions like evacuation, like deployment. They need science to support them so they can make decisions. Another one is about how to build the network. I think on Tuesday, Koike Sensei mentioned about end-to-end connection. We had the same idea. Yes, we have so many data coming in our society every day, but we need kind of body. We can unify, we can aggregate, we can use the multiple channel to disseminate information to the end user, no matter for the citizen or decision maker. Maybe the source is the same, like rain gauge data, but for the citizen, it just when to evacuate. But for the decision maker, they have know how to deploy something to reduce impact. So very important, end-to-end is the way we try to bridge some information gap. But very important thing, we emphasize multiple channel to reach end users. So my office not just use the information system, also use the cell phone to inform, even line, to inform end user about what is going to happen. So this is end-to-end system. And for example, how my office integration a lot of information. Just about rain gauge, we had over 1.6 thousand. About the water level, we had 500 from Water Resource Agency. From flood sensor, over 2.5 thousand, even a lot of CCTV. So I try to explain my office operational model, just like Uber and Airbnb. We never own any hardware. We don't have to maintain any hardware. We just collect information shared by different stakeholders in Taiwan, so we can bring valuable information to end user or decision maker. So this is our job, value added process to create our value. So at your right-hand side, I show one thing. In case of emergency, we can use CCTV at the low-hand side. And another one is dynamic population distribution 10 minutes ago. So we can know about population distribution in case of earthquake or flood. Till now, my office already operate 80 event of disaster since we built the system. So we continue to try to improve our system. So our role at EOC, actually, we help answer when, where, scale, and scope impact to disaster manager, so they can take it for action. So I give us a name. We are not traditional disaster manager. We are kind of scientific disaster manager because we provide any advice by science. So this is how we can work with emergency responder in case of typhoon, help a lot of the early deployment or evacuation. So this is a process at my office. We divided our action into 4 phases. Activation, when we receive sea warning. So at that time, we can only estimate risk. When typhoon comes close to Taiwan, is phase 2. We can give some impacts because we have more information about typhoon. And for phase 3, in case of emergency, we collect a lot of the situation, give a report them. The last one, we help for early recovery. And this is a typical picture we give to the commanding officer in EOC. See, we give them the diversity of typhoon, uncertainty of typhoon, and space and time about rainfall. So the commanding officer, they easily can understand our point. Once upon a time, we use equation, we use the table, we use the number, but we failed to have the good communication with them. So this is another example, how we show information to commander and the local system. At the right-hand side, we use the water level gauge, rain gauge data, combined with image to tell commander, yes, we have a situation outside, it's flooding, so we have to take action. But a line, you see the Q dot there, is some information we push to the general public through the line. To the general public, they don't have to read very complicated table or chart. They only know about the intensity of rain and what is the meaning of the picture. So how we can have the better society collaboration. I think science and technology, most important thing is about innovation and creativity. But we need a transformation, as mentioned by this seminar, transformation, make those scientific data into understandable knowledge. Yes, but it must be a tailor-made information intelligence, so people can understand. But another way, we need kind of facilitator, interpreter. We can talk to the people. We can talk to decision maker. So it's kind of behavioral management. Now, everyone receives a lot of disaster information, but how to make a good decision is still depend on a good interpreter to change people's mind. The last step is how they take action about the whole society environment. So my office role, we always try to find some available and modern technology to help decision maker and to help the local resident. In the last one, I also borrowed some idea from the Koike sensei and Hai sensei and also Tawara sensei about, we all know DIKW, the way we have the wisdom. I think it's a good for the disaster resilient too. Of course, from my point of view, my office, we have the scientific model. We have a lot of real-time monitoring sensor. So we can create a lot of data and information through collaboration with a lot of university. My office never work alone. We need a lot of partners. We had a lot of government agency to work with my office. Likewise, a lot of university, because in front of disaster, we always need external support. So about scientific prediction, real-time monitoring, create a lot of the big data to us. And another one very important, through the process, my office try to keep kind of institutional memory. So we try to accumulate a lot of knowledge and wisdom. And very important thing, during the time of emergency, we have talked to top decision maker. Like in our case, our director, he had to speak to premier or even president during disaster management or emergency management period of time. And he always talked to us, never talk too long. So he can give a report in 1 minute and 30 seconds, but president and premier love his speech very much. So this is why we need some scientific disaster manager who can do the good risk communication. And last one, key element to future success is integration. Of course, in my office, we kind of all has an approach institute. My background, actually, I'm a civil engineer, but in the last 20 years, I totally changed my career. But in somehow, at my office, we collect all different background of sciences. But most important thing, we also emphasize public-private partnership. So my office also collaboration with NGO. And most important thing, like what we have meeting today is about global partnership. Thank you very much. This is my idea about how we have DRR, information supply chain in our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. I cannot say thank you for bringing the typhoon to Japan, but thank you for your presentation. Made me imagine how your platform was activated in Taiwan with a sense of realism. Thank you very much. So the last presenter will be Dr. Inoguchi Munenari. He is an associate professor of University of Toyama. So, Inoguchi-sensei, お願いします。
Yeah, thank you for a kind introduction. I'm Munenari Inoguchi from the University of Toyama, and I'm also a member of the NIED. So today I will talk about the necessity of dynamic simulation for proactive disaster management. by utilizing AI and DX. So the dynamic simulation is a new idea in disaster response, and I am eager to develop this simulation methodology and overcome the future catastrophic disaster. And let me explain about the structure of the Japan society. So we have 47 prefectures, and under those prefectures, there are 1,700 cities and towns. In disaster response, each city and town provide many kinds of services to the residents. And the prefecture usually support the activity of cities and towns logistically, and the national government support the activity of the prefectures. So this is the basic of Japanese jurisdictions. So especially, I focus on the capacity building of the local governments and residents. Then I'm going to suggest that emergency response DX, which can support the decision-making of local responders in cities and towns. And OSSR is a basic infrastructure to solve social issues in residents, and to improve the knowledge of each resident by integrating the domain and cross-disciplinary. First, I will introduce what is the emergency response DX and an example of the system design. So this is the proposed framework of emergency response DX. Before the disaster occurrence, usually we prepare the disaster scenario from the hazard scenario and the social vulnerability. Scenario-based response is already old-fashioned way because this scenario is treated as a static simulation. So just to understand the static scenario, and responders refer to pre-constructed plans and decide what to do and how to do. However, emergency situation is changeable. So one response makes next decision, and next decision will make the next response, like that. So dynamic simulation must be a solution of this issue. So if you decide something, how simulation could be changed, so dynamic simulation shows you the impact of your decision making. So we should implement this dynamic simulation as emergency response DX, and I will show you the design of the emergency response DX. So I propose the user interface of the DXM4D. That is developed by the NID. First of all, itemizing the information product is very important. And what kind of the information have to be shown to decision makers and responders under the situation. Interaction of the humans and the information items should be detected in order to know the consequence of their decisions and responses. And this should be a new model of the common operational or operating picture and a dynamic simulation. And then the four expected impact of the emergency response DX. First is the ERDX can support the decision making in emergency response efficiently and proactively. And the ERDX will be provided as the cloud-based services. So the second is the ERDX can improve mutual cooperation between municipalities by using the same system and platform as cloud-based services. And the third is it can enhance the automated disaster response records. So taking logs are a high-cost operation. However, it is necessary to improve the ERDX. So especially dynamic simulation, the logs are very useful and powerful basic data. And the last one is it can create a capacity building opportunities. ERDX can produce any scenarios to be responded by a reference of actual situation or response logs in past disaster. And then I will explain another infrastructures named OSSR, that is the online synthesis system for sustainability and resilience. And Science Council of Japan proposed a recommendation. The title is the Building a Sustainable Global Society by Strengthening Disaster Resilience. Developing an online synthesis system, OSS, and fostering facilitators to realize the consilience in 2020. In this report, Science Council of Japan emphasized the importance of the consilience and synthesis. And OSSR is a system to create consilience knowledge base, and it could be a solution to promote the disaster risk reduction and sustainable development. OSSR is expected to be used by the trained facilitators as catalyst between the science technology based idea and science technology based idea and practitioners and citizens. And then the concept is realized as a single system, and this is the possible flow of the utilizing the OSSR. You not only retrieve the knowledge content, but also refer to framework for organizing it, and apply it to the framework and reorganize the knowledge content you have obtained and make it your own. OSSR is the system for integration of knowledge that any people has all over the Japan. And you can refer or search and then retrieve the knowledge from the database. Furthermore, for sharing the knowledge effectively and utilize it efficiently, so you can gain the framework for organizing the knowledge contents. And this is the user interface in the prototype system of the OSSR. In this system, we focused on the geolocation because the almost users want to understand the knowledge around themselves. So geolocational information could be the key to retrieve the knowledge from the OSSR. And then if needed, the users set some keyword and do search. And then this system retrieved the articles from the OSSR databases. Only retrieving the knowledge contents is not enough. When content is retrieved, including its organizational framework, it is expected that the retrieval will lead to a systematic understanding of the knowledge and to its consolidation as knowledge for the person who retrieves it. The provision of these series of functions is a characteristics of the OSSR. Well, I will conclude my presentation. Today, I introduced the two key systems that are Emergency Response DX and OSSR. Emergency Response DX is based on actual experience in past disaster, and the OSSR is based on the knowledge shared by all people. To realize those two systems, advanced information technology could be useful. And furthermore, AI could support improvement of those systems. And to do that, it is necessary to develop the common platform to share experience and knowledge, and not individually. So furthermore, and the common framework for managing or understanding data, information, and knowledge is also needed in using the platform. I believe that when this whole system is established, we could overcome the future catastrophic disaster. That is all. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Dr. Inoguchi. I learned a lot about the promising technologies and the system concept. Thank you very much. So let's move to a panel discussion. We have only 12 minutes to do so. Okay, so let's try. So we would like to hear the panelists' opinions, how society should be transformed to overcome catastrophic disasters, and what science and technology can do to achieve this mission. That is a question. So Dr. Kalbi, so would you please give us some comments from your perspective as an earthquake engineering expert?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've been listening with a lot of interest to all this presentation. I think that we have been focusing on different aspects, on the relevance of databases, of advanced technology in GIS, BIM, and so on. Professor Nakashima has been focusing on the relevance of young people. I think there is one missing element that we have not yet mentioned, which is absolutely fundamental in facing emergencies, emergencies for big catastrophes. And that is a very short line of command to take decision. This is absolutely essential. We can have as much information as possible, but if there is not a direct line between who has the power of moving money and who is on the field acting in a very short number of steps, we will never be able to face seriously any disaster. So I know this is not perfectly in line with what has been discussed up to now, but I think this is the most essential of all issues that we should take into consideration.
Well, thank you very much. So human resources is the key issue, he said. Thank you very much. So let's move to the next person, Dr. Nakashima. Thank you very much for your presentation. I wonder if you could give us some comments from the standpoint of the private sector, please. 先生のスライドの何枚目ですかね。一番最後のスライドです。
Prepared, but probably not in line with what Professor Tamura requests, because the science and technology, otherwise mine is more down to the earth on human aspect. But now, see, I said that, see, the community-based coalition between industry and inhabitants, that's probably the key, at least in Japan, to respond, immediately after a disastrous event, nothing else. But then, in this case, industry, particularly located in the region, some industry companies have to take serious roles. But then, what kind of companies, industries, organizations are suited to take such initiatives? Here, conscientious organizations, private industry, equipped with a global view of risk management and hopefully attached to the mind of philanthropy, can and should be the main body to establish the community-based coalition. That's how I feel. And then, how do we find such an industry and encourage the industry to take leadership for community-based coalition stuff? Keywords I want to emphasize are like market-driven attitude and risk-conscious approach and the philanthropy-inspired spirit. Those three are the keys, I think. One more comment. Being stimulated by Professor Inoguchi's presentations, they use many English words. I forgot. Resilience. This is translated into Japanese. Oftentimes in Japan these days, those
知の統合ですね。
知の統合, okay. Say probably if you say 知の統合, no one understands. So they say the problem in Japan to me, say those English words, nice, they have their own definitions, but Japanese, when imported, we literally use the same words, but oftentimes without much of detailed discussion or definitions. So we may end up with many dreams for different directions. So now back to my contention, youth needed. On the other side, Japan now filled with many seniors. Do you think those the new words are possible to transfer to those senior people? I'm a little concerned. That's end my story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. So first key point is a correlation between industry and then inhabitants, and also sometimes we discussing the concept. Sometimes generation, the language gap will be the key issue. Thank you very much. So the third person, Dr. Lankos, Director Lankos, could you give us any comments from the perspective of a geoinformation specialist, please?
Thank you for awarding me an honorary doctorate today. I appreciate the notice. In all sincerity, thank you very much. Thank you. So I would say that I was struck as I listened to the presentations about people and about process and about technology. That's really what it boils down to at the end of the day. It's what I described earlier about an information framework to move data and to move science and to move all of us together isn't about technology at the end of the day. The technology exists. It's a matter of constructing it together, wiring it together, and putting it into motion. I think the time and the effort is around the process with which we define the workflows. It's the process by which we define the people involved in there, and then educating all of them to the point that was just made in some ways around new technologies, trends, patterns, and terminology, right? That is translated in some cases and new in some of the cases for all of us. So I would say that my takeaway from this is that it's not just technology while we're talking about science and technology to be all encompassing. And so I would leave us with this thought of that as an action out of today, it would be great to see this organization take on leadership in that regard, to establish people to do the work, to establish a committee of shared interest, to define the processes, to bring the partnerships together, to implement the vision of the technology to move things so that we build the common operating picture for Japan that's delivering the right information to people that need it. And when we do that, it also means that we have to be very discreet as we define what those useful products are. For youth and for residents, it's not the same information product perhaps, or the same map or data as it would be for an elected official who's looking for a much different picture or understanding of emerging situations. For scientists and researchers, it may be a different information product to really look at different permutations and probabilities. Some of that is easier for different audiences to ascertain and to absorb. And so I think as we define these processes, as we define the workflows and the use cases, it will lead us on the right path to deploying the solutions that we described. And so I'll maybe challenge us at the end, which is something that I've heard a number of times, and I love the saying, but if it's not us, then who's going to do it when we leave today? And so I hope that it is us collectively as a community that takes this charge on and looks forward to building this in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So you said how to make a new technology take root in the people is the key issue. Thank you very much. So the fourth person, Dr. Lee, so if you have any comments from the standpoint of a research institute supporting national disaster response, please.
Actually, my office study is not a pure research study. It's the mission-oriented or solution-based. So we're kind of from the bottom up. But during the process, I learned a lot of things. First, we need a direct dialogue. Even we had faced some ugly truth, but we can have direct dialogue. Second thing about open-minded, especially open-minded for data sharing. At the beginning, we had a lot of trouble, difficulties. Government agency, they say, no, we don't want to share information with you, but we need the time and passion to build kind of platform, build kind of mutual trust, to highlight contribution from our stakeholder. We never abuse their data. We also help them to get more budget. They can upgrade the project. Another very important part is about a partnership, like my office. We always partnership with a lot of, no matter central or local government and the university, because as I mentioned, we need more external help to do that thing. Last part, as mentioned many times during the conference, how about consistent investment in science and technology? Because it's never stop to make our disaster management system better, but we need consistent investment in how to apply science and technology for the future resilience. So this is my point of view. Thank you.
So we need a budget to, explore the science. So that's the key point. Thank you very much. So last one, Dr. Inoguchi, you need any comment from a social informatics expert? Of course. I have 1 minute to end.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So as mentioned, Ryan said that digital twin is so useful. But this is exactly, but furthermore, AI is also useful, I think. So each technology is very powerful. However, the only experts of the informatics can deal with it. So I think that those technologies should be composed as a product or a service. So well, I will have some comments from the perspectives of the AI. So nowadays, so generative AI is featured. However, the traditional AI is still useful. So this is the example of the usefulness of the traditional AI. So do you know the semantic image segmentation? So by using this, so we can put the information that is included each picture. It's very easily. So that when the image is uploaded at the disasters, AI can recommend the keywords relating to each image. And furthermore, so this is the image captioning technologies. So by using this, after just uploading the images, we can understand the situation quickly and easily. However, of course, the result is not yet perfect yet, and because almost those technologies were mainly developed abroad, not in Japan. So that in Japan, we should gather the information or data from all over Japan and manage in the integrated platform and improve those technologies to fit our society. And finally, so I say again, so we try to compose each advanced technology as the product, and respondents can use the product very easily and to do that, to do the response. I think that's all.
Very much. So your key point is combining new and existing technologies. Thank you very much. So it's almost time, it's over the time for the session to end. So let me conclude briefly about this session. Thank you. So there is still a gap between social implementation and what we are trying to achieve in the cyber society, especially in science. So however, we all have one goal to realize a resilient society. So if we continue to work together across disciplines, I expect that we will realize a better society in the future. So thank you very much for your participation. So would you please give a big hand for all the panelists, and on the web, Karubi Sensei. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for speakers. Thank you very much.
So welcome to integration session, which purpose to make Tokyo Statement 2023 through the discussion yesterday and today. So I'm moderator Imamura Fumihiko, Tohoku University, Science Council of Japan Society members. So we are going to summarize the discussion and distinguish
guest for a good presentation. So we are requesting the moderator yesterday and today to report the summarize and input for the Tokyo statement. So let's ask the Professor Takara to explain us some discussion and summarize and input. And the session title is Experience of the Catastrophic Disaster and Transformations. So floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Imamura. Session 1.1 dealt with experiences of catastrophic disasters and transformation. And I'm Takara. And we had 3 speakers, Professor Takemura, Professor Kitahara, and Director Murakami. So Professor Takemura first detailed the Great Kanto earthquake, what happened. And the Great Kanto earthquake killed more than 100,000 people. And they described what was in the event and what we should consider. One example is the Imperial Capital Reconstruction Project, which was proposed by the Japanese government. And Tokyo City government also took actions by implementing this project. And Professor Kitahara mentioned the importance of records of the historical disaster events. And she introduced 2 books. One is the Great Earthquake of 1923 in Japan, which was published by the Bureau of Social Affairs of Home Office of Japan, Japanese version and English version, as well as the records of reconstruction of Tokyo, which was published by the Tokyo Metropolitan Office. She mentioned the importance of such records during the catastrophic disasters. She also recommends central government and local governments to keep records when catastrophic disaster happens in each city or region. And Director Murakami, who is in charge of the disaster management in Cabinet Office, he introduced how Japanese government promoted the disaster management policy in Japan after Great Kanto earthquake and the World War II. Especially Typhoon Isewan, 1959, affected the governmental policy in disaster management, and the Japanese government established Disaster Countermeasure Basic Act in 1961. And we experienced 2 major earthquakes in Kobe, 1995. At that time, it took 6 hours to establish disaster management headquarters. You may remember the 1923, it took 27 hours, but in Kobe, 6 hours. And after that, 2011, Great East Japan earthquake, it took 1 hour. So we made progress to prepare immediately after the catastrophic events. He also mentioned the catastrophic earthquakes anticipated in the future in Japan. Then we discussed what we should do and how we can prepare for the future society. And this input is written in the draft of the Tokyo statement distributed to you in the lunchtime. And I don't read this out, but this session's main conclusion was we need to refine the methods of governance and investment finance for resilient and sustainable future. And this was also discussed in the later sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Takara. to share the experiences of the Kanto and other disasters in Japan and show some progress of the disaster countermeasures in Japan. So next, let's proceed to the session 1-2. Title is Catastrophic Disaster and International Cooperation, reported by the Professor Nishikawa. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, our session was titled Catastrophic Disasters and International Cooperation. And we had very valuable inputs from three distinguished speakers. The first was by Dr. Ahmedova Svetlana Viktorinova from Turkmenistan. And she introduced the seismic conditions in Turkmenistan and also the case of the 1948 the 1948 devastating earthquake, which really destroyed Ashgabat, which is the capital of Turkmenistan, and how the Scientific Research Institute in Turkmenistan has endeavored their efforts for clarifying the seismic conditions and seismic research. And this is the national map of the seismic zoning of Turkmenistan. This is the nationwide map, but in addition, they have already made a seismic microzoning map of Ashgabat this year, and then they are working on further on other cities as well. So this is a very good example of how really scientific research can identify the risks. The next speaker was Dr. Clifford Oliver from the United States, and he introduced the direction of catastrophic planning, the policies in the United States. And here are his presentations. He emphasized the changing focus from all hazard approach to a scenario-specific catastrophic planning, and also to incorporate predictive modeling techniques and analysis. And he made clear about his points for preparing for catastrophes. And it's written here, I would not read all of them, but I like this word, it's never too early to prepare. And also, here, wait a minute. And he emphasized the need to take a systems view. Our third input was from Bangladesh. Bangladesh experienced this enormous destruction in 1970. And that was the starting point of their enormous efforts to address the cyclone disaster. And as you can see from this table, it is really impressive how they were successful in decreasing the damage. And Director Saidu Rahman was the center of these efforts. He indicated his keys to sustain his efforts. First, community-driven, community-led, community-owned. Also, the importance of government support and appreciation, and continued international support and recognition. And he emphasized that sustainability is the most important point. So with that, after these presentations, we had discussions on mainly 3 points: how international scientific knowledge is utilized for identifying and mapping risks, how scientific models developed in other countries can be utilized for scenario planning, and how can the success of disaster reduction be applied to other countries. And with that, we have come up with these recommendations as input for the Tokyo 2023. I will not read all of them, but I just want to repeat that the last 2 points. International cooperation is a must, and it is never too early to prepare. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nishikawa. So we share the experiences overseas, and international cooperation is very important. And catastrophic disaster is not frequent for the individual country, but it affects very wide area. So we are going to proceed the second topics, a pathway to overcome catastrophic disaster, how we can do that. So first session is projected catastrophic disaster reported by the Professor Satake. So floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. We had a session yesterday. We have four speakers, Iwaki-san, Koshimura-san, Hirabayashi-san, and Chris Allen. So then the first, Dr. Iwaki from NEED introduced the progress of seismology and its application toward seismic disaster risk reduction. She mentioned about seismological development in the last 100 years. And after the Kobe earthquake, the HERP, Headquarters of Earthquake Research Promotion, was established. Then they installed the nationwide seismic network that accelerated the development of seismological research and important applications such as real-time earthquake early warning or seismic hazard maps. Then now we're predicting the seismic strong motion for the future Nankai earthquake by assembling the various kinds of scientific research results. But she also mentioned about uncertainty associated with prediction is one of the big challenges we should face with. The second presentation was by Professor Koshimura from Tohoku University. He talked about catastrophic tsunami disaster, its impact, disaster response, and mitigation. And the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami disaster revealed many problems in Japan's disaster management policies. And one of the key challenges is identifying the impact of and prioritizing disaster response and relief activities. And then he mentioned about the need to develop technology to forecast the regional impact of tsunamis and utilize forecasting information for better and more effective relief and response efforts. Then he also emphasized that the recent advances in Earth observation, high-performance computing, and large sensing data set dramatically improved our understanding of the whole picture of the tsunami-affected area in real time. And you can see in the picture, in the diagram in the right, he also introduced about digital twin. The third presentation was by Professor Hirabayashi from Shibaura Institute of Technology, and she talked about climate change impacts on the catastrophic weather-related disasters. And then she said that through the utilization of large ensemble climate experiments, the impact of climate change on weather-related disaster has been confirmed. And if our climate goes beyond the tipping point, this might lead to catastrophic changes. And then the latest IPCC assessment report mentioned that the qualitative impact of the low frequency hyper impact tipping elements when they occur, and rapid transition to low carbon societies in reducing the likelihood of such catastrophic tipping element. And then since climate change is already underway, promoting appropriate adaptation measure to counter the increasing frequent weather-related disaster is also of utmost importance. That's what he mentioned, he emphasized. Then the last speaker was by Dr. Chris Allen, and he talked about economic instrument to help finance resilience against mega disasters. And based on the economic strengths and best international practice, Japan can further develop economic instruments to encourage private sector financing in order to successfully resist the combined threats of mega-natural disaster and climate change. And the existing financial instruments such as household earthquake insurance could be widened and include smaller business and redesigned to provide greater incentives for household and business investment in earthquake retrofitting. And private-public partnership can provide a catalyst, both local mitigation initiative and encourage the decentralization of economic development necessary to build the transformative resilience and business continuity after a major disaster. The overall size of the resource for natural disaster mitigation can and should be greatly enlarged through encouraging new private investment. So after these presentations, we had a panel discussion, and there are 4 questions. The first 2 are what are the scientific technological development in the last 100 years, and to what extent can we forecast future hazard disaster, and what are the limitations of what is not yet possible. So then we discussed for the first 2 questions. And then the second round is how can scientists communicate them with the society, and also what are the possible action for the society, both public and private sectors. So then as a summary to input for the Tokyo statement, I have 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph is corresponding to the first 2 questions, and I'm not, again, I will not read, this is on your hand, but this is just basically for the first, related to the first question. Science and technology has developed, and now we can forecast for the future hazards, but it's also necessary, very important to realize the uncertainties and limitation. And second part is related to the second, third, and fourth questions, and for the public investment, the private investment, considering these uncertainties, and private sector investment need to be encouraged. And we have just just a statement, but I think you have this in your hand, so I will not read this. Stop here.
Okay, so thank you very much, Professor Satake. We understand there's some progress of the researcher to predict or estimate the future disaster, but with some uncertainty. So we need more collaboration with the field of the other sciences and some social and economics experts. Thank you very much. So we are going to the next session, 222, with more the panelists. So Dr. Nishiguchi, time is yours.
Thank you very much. We just had this session before the lunch, so some of you might be there. So, but we believe we had a great discussion together, and we had 4 distinguished panelists, and including Mr. Masanori Yamamoto, the mayor of Miyako City, who has gone through 3 natural disasters under his watch. And also we had Kenji Watanabe and Dr. Jonathan Abram and Dr. Lauren Augustine, and together. And also after the 4 panelists panel presentations, we also had the dialogue on stage. And here you have a dialogue theme. How might we take necessary actions, especially before, during, and after disasters, and for everybody in the world, in a way that all society works together smoothly, so that nobody left behind. That was a guiding theme for the discussion. And, so everybody actually talked about what is happening around the world, and including Yamamoto-san, because again, who have gone through 3 natural disasters. The consensus was that basically it is all over the places, and everybody showed their personal and professional experiences in regarding these natural hazards, disasters. And also, Lauren said it is very hot. It is becoming hot, and also it is becoming wet. That was a very, very clear message from her. And also, climate change is a climate crisis, and it is now and everywhere. It's a very, very clear, distinct message, and which everybody agreed. And also, the poor and disenfranchised are the most impacted, also everywhere. That was a very, very important, I think, recognition of where we are right now. And after that, our discussion shifted to how are we dealing with these challenges,
and also what is missing here. Then, actually, we felt that there are so many overlapping and also incomplete recoveries. And so systemic risk is very clear. And since it is a system, there are a few components such as science technologies, social science, and life and well-being sciences. And these are all connected. But also, it is very important to note that disasters know borders. And also, everybody recognized and emphasized importance of this concept. Everybody is a stakeholders. Everybody has to work together. Everybody is involved. Everybody will work together. That is a very key fundamental message actually every panelist talked about. And also, actually, Jonathan explained, his very clear, articulated message that critical interdependencies of health, and he challenged our, say, conventional common sense. The healthcare is only for healthcare professionals or for a certain group of people. In fact, he clearly articulated that it is for everybody, and everybody is part of it. That is a very important message for us to hear. And then we also shifted our discussion to what shall we do? Again, transformation was a keyword because we are doing some work, but we still need to do more. Then we agreed, I think, we need a greater investment is necessary, like infrastructure, urban improvement, and governance, leadership, and coordination mechanisms, also digital transformation. These are very important investment targets for us. Also, it has to be proactive and collective action. And also, interdependence is a fundamental foundation of society's ability to manage systemic risk. And also, transnational resilience was a key word in the session. So lastly, this is our suggestion. This is our session summary. And again, there is an urgent need for greater investments. Also, effective disaster risk management is necessary. And also, again, we have to take a proactive collective action. And also, promote anticipatory action is also necessary. And so these are key words. And so I have just highlighted a few keywords. But anyway, so bottom line is this: we have to tackle the issue as a system, because this is a systemic risk everywhere. And that is a conclusion of our session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. So, Nishiguchi. So, for the good summary, for the impressed presentation and discussion. So, let me ask the Professor Tamura about the to report the summary on the science technology for supporting the social change. Floor is yours.
Thank you. So the topic of session 2-3 is the science and technology for supporting social changes. Moderator, me, Tamura Keiko, and we have distinguished as 5 speakers. First one is Dr. Kalbi, Professor and Vice Rector for Research at the IUSS Fabia. And second, Dr. Nakashima, President, Kobori Research Complex. And third, Director Ryan Lankus. He is a Director of National Government and Public Safety Solutions, ESRI. And fourth, Dr. Wei-Sen Lee. He is the Secretary General of NCDR, Taiwan. And fifth, Dr. Inoguchi Munenari. He's Associate Professor, University of Toyama. So I will introduce the key slides and the inputs. And then this is the first one. Dr. Kalbi shared with us the situation, the mitigation policy situation in Europe. And the key issue is the current status and goals of policies to promote cooperation between private ventures and public capital. And this is the second slide. Dr. Nakashima shared with us about the situation of industry, academia collaboration. And his input is to overcome population shrinkage and secure human power is a closer interaction between the public and private sectors. And third is Director Lankus input us about the possibility of the digital twin for disaster management. The key issue is this. A digital twin let us possible to share or gather data and visualize or analyze of information across multiple scales and sectors. And fourth, Dr. Lee shared with us about his disaster response efforts using the disaster information platform. His input is to enable an ideal environment for disaster risk management information supply chain. It needs to produce actionable information intelligence meeting demands of diverse and users, including decision makers, emergency responders, business owners, and citizens. And the last input from Dr. Inoguchi. He shared about the disaster response simulation system using AI and DX technology. His input is utilizing AI and DX will make possible to predict the future of situation in affected area by following responders' behavior and decision making. And then we are discussing about mainly three topics: how to activate social implementation through public-private partnership based on science and technology. And second, how to prepare for catastrophic disasters by utilizing new technologies of digital twin, AI, and DX. Third, how to build an information supply chain that includes disaster responders and decision makers as users. So those are sentences. We have 6 sentences to input for Tokyo statement. I will read only 3 sentences. Third sentence is, second sentence is that it is a global challenge for science and technology to share, should be confronted with all stakeholders. I skipped the second line. Knowledge on potential social impacts clarify what kind of social issues may arise and how they should be confronted with all stakeholders. Fifth sentence, maximizing the use of information structure is critical to strengthen public-private partnership to make trans-border collaboration possible. Last one, this requires the development of an information supply chain supported by geospatial foundation that facilitates social transformation to overcome catastrophic disasters. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tamura, to summarize the session 2 to 3, Science Technology Supporting Social Change, and many topics. So 5 moderators presented a summary for the nice discussion with the many good presentation and some exchange the information. So we learned a lot. So now it is the time for to make sure there's some summary, and I hope that all of you, especially the panelists, agree with the input to the Tokyo statement. So just this is just time to exchange the some question and your opinion. So anyone can please microphone, please.
Thank you. Just one point that I felt came out in the discussion in the panel, which perhaps hasn't been reflected, and which is actually rather important. I discover also in Greece now, where we've had our first tropical storm and major flooding. And that is actually that climate change is resulting in new phenomena affecting countries that haven't faced these problems before. And I think one thing that came out of the discussion was that some of the technologies which have been developed for tsunamis and on climate change and flooding and typhoons, because of climate change, are very relevant now for new countries. And an important point is actually to ensure that sort of technology transfer, whether commercial or on a non-commercial basis. So I thought that was a point that came out of our discussion, which I hadn't heard before, but which perhaps would be worth mentioning. I mean, it was indeed something that we hadn't discussed before, but it came out of the discussion. So I thought that was perhaps worth mentioning, maybe just a sentence on that. Thank you. I can propose one if you like.
Thank you very much, Alan. So any reflection? Okay, Professor Satake.
Okay, the climate change is mentioned in the first paragraph. However, it is necessary to recognize that estimating hazards that has never experienced before, such as giant earthquake or climate change, contains uncertainty and error. So we talk about uncertainties about it, but we haven't mentioned about this, the second part you mentioned here. But the term climate change is included.
Okay, thank you. So any other question to summarize? Okay, if no, we want to make a discussion by the report of the research working group by the Professor Nakamatsu and also Ohara. This is the already introduced in the beginning of the symposium. So this is the discussion for the among the young researchers, relatively, I think. So they are going to input this some result from the discussion. Floor is yours.
Thank Chairman for kind introduction. I'm Shingo Nagamatsu, professor at Kansai University and research manager of National Research Institute for Earth Science and Disaster Resilience. I'm a coordinator of the Young Research Working Group. And I'd like to introduce the other coordinator, Professor Miho Ohara, who is a professor at University of Tokyo and Science Council of Japan affiliate member. So the members of this working group is not pure relatively, but absolutely young, and they are very promised. And one of the member is Professor Sasaki Daisuke Sensei, who is sitting over there. Would you please raise your hand? And the Dr. Shiozaki Yuto, who is not here, but he is a researcher at NID. And the third one, Professor Okamura Kentaro, who is a professor, associate professor at the Faculty of Architecture, Kindai University. And finally, Professor Nakai Fuko, who is a professor at Graduate School of Nagoya Institute of Technology, and she is now staying at UCL London. And we had a free discussion moderated by myself and Professor Ohara. And we had two discussion opportunities through the online. And I'm very happy to share the outcome of this discussion because it is very great. And there is a new idea of coping with the catastrophe in terms of the academic perspective. So first takeaway is transform is necessary, but yet to be elucidated. So we all agree that the transform is necessary. And this idea is typically represented by the statement provided by Professor Nakai. Loss reduction against catastrophic disaster is harder than ever because of the uncertainty and economic issues. And so it is necessary to transform our society into the one that accepts a certain amount of risk for better well-being. Because we are not just living for reducing the disaster risk, but we need to pursue the other values such as the happiness and the economics and so on. So we need to balance the risk of disaster. And so this is also a great idea that Professor Ohara told us, that there must be a threshold level of hazards that exceed the society's recovering capacity. It's a kind of point of no return of the society. And this idea encouraged, stimulated the discussion. And we have the new idea that disaster investment would increase the level of the threshold, certainly. However, if we invest more to the society, it increases the absorptive capacity and the recovering capacity of the society to the normal disaster. But on the other hand, this investment would decrease the capacity of the transformation of the society. So that's kind of the dilemma. So we need to solve this issue. And finally, a transformative capacity of resilience lacks quantitative metrics and empirical validation. So this is a cutting edge topics in terms of the academic society. And number two, the governance for the transformation is also need to be explored. So the big question is, who decides whether to transform and how, and who enforces the transformation? Of course, we didn't have a clear idea about that, but there's a good idea from the Professor Okamura. What we need is the flexible governance system that can change the way of the decision making depending on the disaster magnitude and the state. So that is, and also the second point, how we can mitigate the negative impact caused by the transformation. It is great, this is very interesting input from the Dr. Shiozaki, that he pointed out there is some possibility that some cities would ruin under the particular conditions during the recovery process based on his mathematical model analysis. So this is the outcome of the transformation of the society, but we need to deal with this negative impact caused by the, this transformation. So Professor Sasaki raised a new keyword, migration with dignity. So the migration is inevitable through the transformation process. So Professor Okamura also raised a very important idea that a voluntary and consecutive migration based on the shared objective is preferable. He gave this idea based on his observation of the Sanriku villages, which were affected by the 2011 earthquake and the tsunami. Some community changed the way of life. So they migrated gradually on the timing that the people get married, people rebuild their houses, and it takes 100 years to transform the community to relocate to the higher area. It is not mandatory, but they did it based on the shared objective of the community. So that is a new way of the transformation. And number three, ex-ante transformation for future disaster risk is, this is also the important idea provided by the Professor Sasaki. He showed us an example of the Humule Island, Maldives, that is shown in this slide. So this island is artificially elevated, and some people are relocated from one island to this island. So this is the investment. This is the prevention for the future disaster risk. But through the investment, they choose the way of the transformation of the way of living themselves. So this kind of the transformation before the disaster is also pursued. So I'd like to hand over my presentation to Professor Ohara. Thank you very much for your attention.
So I am Miho Ohara. I would like to continue the discussion report. In the discussion with the younger generations, we agreed that the transformation to become resilient and sustainable is essential for achieving well-being. And as illustrated here, the concept of well-being consists of several factors. For well-being, we need to satisfied with basic living environments, to be convinced, not to be isolated, and to feel happiness. However, disasters harm our well-being by giving damages to our basic living environment, such as houses, lifelines, and communities. Our life is strongly related with past and future. For well-being, we need to have no or less regrets about the past. In the disaster-affected area, I saw many people having deep regrets for so long time. Why I could not save the lives of family, or why I didn't build stronger houses, or why I didn't select higher places for my living. Affected area was usually full of such deep regrets. Now we are under the risk of catastrophic disasters, and risk is changing with climate and social changes, as we discussed so far. Making resilient society could lead to make the people free from such deep and upcoming regrets after the disasters. For this, science and technologies can play an important role. It can show evidence-based approach to design and achieve future resilient society with no regret against changing disaster risk. Moreover, for well-being, we need to have hopes and less fears against the unknown future. Here I'm writing less fears instead of no fears, because I believe proper fear against nature is necessary for disaster risk reduction. Now we need to discuss more about how we can keep their hopes even under the enormous catastrophic disaster risk by empowerment of all the individuals, including younger generations. For this, we need to explore what kind of science and technology is needed to realize social wish among the people. Now, research working group will continue such discussions. If you have an interest to join us to realize resilience and well-being, please let us know. And this is input for Tokyo 2023. Please read here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nagamatsu and Ohara, suggesting us the take note and input for the Tokyo statement. So thank you very much again, the report. So we are going to the panel discussion to make a draft of the Tokyo Statement 2023. So now we have the recommendation on your hand. So I asked the Professor Hayashi to introduce us the recommendation more detail. So by referring this recommendation, we can make the draft of the Tokyo Statement.
Kind of go beyond anything written on this a summary of our recommendation. Okay, so the keynote speech that I gave yesterday morning, I spent too much time at the starting point, and then I was very quick in introducing what kind of recommendation we did make. So let me look at 4 recommendations along with the Sendai framework. The first one is about understanding of risk. We believe that deepening and elaborating understanding of risk is important. First bullet said, it shall be established science and technology for improving disaster resilience, sustainability of societies with the ultimate three goals. First one will be maintaining and improving the physical, mental, and social well-being of individuals. Two is strengthening the capacity for mutual support in communities. And third one is the coherent realization of disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and sustainable development in society. The second bullet said, it shall be developed a disaster management system with an all-hazard approach, conversing multidisciplinary knowledge covering all phases of disaster management, including forecasting, prevention, emergency response, and recovery and restoration. The third bullet said, it shall be realized the resilience of knowledge for disaster resilience using information infrastructure to disseminate to society as proposed by a recommendation titled Developing an Online Synthesis System and Fostering Facilitators to Realize Resilience from the Science Council of Japan in 2020. The second point we recommended was on governance and establishing new governance to cope with disasters. This also has three bullets. It will be, first one, it shall be established, the governance contributing to the transition to an autonomous, decentralized, and cooperative society, as suggested by the irreversible changes caused by COVID-19 pandemics. The second bullet said, it shall be ensured transnational resilience, where multiple countries cooperate with each other in addition to improving the national resilience of land, nations, and people in each country. The third bullet said, it shall be stimulated the risk communication on catastrophic disasters nationally and globally, started with the discussion at the Science Council of Japan here right now. The third point on investment, this is a kind of old sentence. The new one, ensuring investment in financial expenditure, capacity building, and technological development in response to disasters. Three bullets also we have in this section. The first one, it shall be established the role of investment in reducing human activities and asset accumulation at risk exposed to disasters, such as medium to long-term spatial reorganization plan and the maintenance of critical social infrastructure. Second bullet said, it shall be promoted the concentrated investment in first one is the improvement of a qualitative and quantitative enhancement of market services to improve self-help capacity. And two is the enhancement and diversification of insurance and mutual aid programs to provide mutual assistance aid based on the system. The third bullet said it shall be enhanced individual resilience capacity to deploy strategic capacity development programs to respond to disasters more efficiently and effectively utilizing digital transformation. The last recommendation is on Build Back Better. So we need establishing proactive measures to enable Build Back Better. Two bullets. The first one, it shall be strengthen the transformative capacity to build a new society after a disaster with the awareness that in any emergency, we can only do what we normally do, as well as a system that promote a proactive measures using digital transformation. the last breath, it shall be presented a vision of society after the catastrophic disaster. Could be like a sustainability, green energy, or zero carbon, or national spatial planning, or transition to an autonomous, decentralized, or cooperative community in terms of finance, economy, industry, international cooperation, etc. Those are the recommendations we made, which was published August 29th this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Hayashi. So this is a full recommendation already published last month. So we would like feedback to the recommendation through the discussion in the symposium. So I would like to request the moderator to the full recommendation if you have the additional comment or some proposal to the recommendation. So we can, through this one, we can summarize some draft of the Tokyo statement, I think. So firstly, I would like to request Professor Takara, especially to the maybe first or second recommendation, if you like any recommendation.
Okay, to save time, just one point I noticed. The second recommendation, the second portion. 出るかな？ここ出しましょうか。出ますか
？2番目ですね、second
recommendation, second portion。2枚戻っていただいて。はい、ちょっとお待ちくださいね。はい。Yes. The second dot says national resilience of land, nations, and people in each country. But nations is a bit curious because it is national resilience in each country. So is this nations is nature? Excuse me?
One is coming, so Professor Hayashi reply.
It's more like sovereignty, way of governance, how that nation, in a sense, 国家, exists.
I understand. Land, nation.
Yeah. And so that's a duplication.
And people in each country. So we made it in each country.
Yeah, I don't want to make a lecture on this, but when we discussed, in this country, we are pretty much fostering the idea of national resilience. But somehow they translated into Japanese, 国土強靭化. It's a land resilience. But nation or national could mean two other things. Other one is the people in the country. Yeah. Second could be like a way of managing a country by the name of nation. So that we usually call 国家. And so the national resilience is a very broad term. So I try to pick up the Japanese way of saying national resilience by putting a national resilience. And then I decomposed those national resilience into three: land and sea, and a way of governing the nation, and people in that nation. So then obviously that the nation may be somewhat misleading. So put in a different word. Sovereignty.
Okay, thank you. I understand your opinion.
As Professor Hayashi mentioned, instead of the nation, maybe sovereign is better.
Okay, Professor Takara, do you have any idea to input for the Tokyo statement more? If no, it's okay. So I asked the Professor Nishikawa through based upon the for recommendation, if you have some additional comment or information.
Thank you, Professor Imamura. Well, I do not have anything particular to add. I just wanted to say that I like on the recommendations that it's emphasized the words investment, because investment came up in the Sendai framework as the third pillar, and that is a very positive action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Professor Satake, do you have any comment or additional idea?
Okay, there was a reported discussion in session 2.1. They will have input for the Tokyo statement. There's 2 paragraphs. First one is regarding the uncertainties and also like climate change, as Chris may add a sentence. And so that is related to the first recommendation 1, deepening and elaborating understanding disaster risk. And that already mentioned about the climate change adoption and sustainable development of society, etc. And second part of discussion yesterday was on the private sector investment, and that's what Nishikawa-san just mentioned. That's already reflected in where was it? Third one? Yeah, third part of the recommendation. Okay, that's all.
Thank you very much. So, Dr. Nishiguchi, do you have any additional information or comment or feedback?
Yes, Professor Imamura. Actually, the fellow panelists of session 2 and 2 did discuss, basically touched on all of them, I would like to say, and particularly we had a strong focus on, say, systemic risk, let us say, regarding the understanding of disaster risk. We did focus on particularly the systemic risk or whole risk thinking, and also regarding the governance and also investment. Our discussion was not only in a particular area of investment or governance, but again, the very holistic, say, investment, also governance approach, particularly by having a very strong focus on leadership. And that was what, so number 2, number 3 are covered in your discussion. And also regarding number 4, regarding the, again, proactive measures, this is exactly we talked about a lot. Basically, everybody talked about it, about this issue from different angles. But again, our fellow panelists really emphasized the importance of holistic and the systemic, and also the whole of society approach, instead of having a silo approach or silo and vertical approach. Very horizontal, holistic approach was all panelists discussed, agreed, and also recommended very strongly. So I would say I'm pleased to say that the session 2 and 2 was very much in line with this, actually all 4 points just Professor Hayashi explained to us a few minutes ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nishiguchi. So I request Professor Tamura to any feedback.
So in the session 2-3, we discussed the topic related to recommendation 1 about the all hazard approach, OSSR, and the recommendation 2, we are mainly discussing about this recommendation about the establishment of new governance to respond to disasters. And also recommendation 3, we discuss about the concentrated investment and capacity building, and also a DX. So in the session 2-3, the discussion flowed along with the recommendation. So, and basically agreed with the statement as I mentioned, the summarize of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Professor Nagamatsu?
Yes. The outcome of the working group has almost included in this recommendation. So I have nothing to say in terms from that. But I have two comments. Number one, first one is very small, but number 3 is, would you please show me the next slide? 次のスライドお願いします。So, the ensuring investment in financial expenditure, I think this phrase is a little bit weird because the investment, oh, sorry? I'm sorry. This slide is a little bit different. Okay. Okay, so I have no comment about that. Okay, so the next, my next comment is what is the technological development? So I want to make sure that the technological development also includes not only for the scientific and information, but also the social technology. So such as the disaster response and the recovery process and the collaboration technology, because I'm a person who are engaged in a project that is called the Cash for Work program. That is a great innovation for reducing the unemployment after the disaster. So this kind of the technology should be also included in the term technological development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So Professor Ohara?
Thank you very much. I basically agree with this proposal, and but slightly I will give some comments. Could you go to the slide number 4? Next slide, maybe. The second dot mentions, it shall be presented the vision of society after a catastrophic disaster, parenthesis, sustainability, green energy, zero carbon, etc. And as I give a comment in this session, I would like to add the well-being of the people in one of the visions to be presented. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for the some feedback comment for recommendation. So do you have any comment? Microphone is coming, so just wait.
Thank you very much. My name is Ryoma Kayano from WHO COVID Center. First of all, thank you very much for this wonderful proposal as a responsible officer working for the health sector's activity on the disaster risk management. I appreciate the emphasizing the in the first recommendation, maintaining and improving the physical, mental, and social well-being of individual in the first recommendation. As Professor Ohara mentioned, I just want to add one more word to your point. Let's say health and well-being at the end of the recommendation 4. That is one comment from my side.
Thank you for your comment to the addition to the Professor Ohara. So we have a few time.
Could I say
please,
something? This is a provisional English translation of what we have published from Science Council of Japan last month. Even though I myself have lots of different opinions, things to add, but we try to fix the content exactly the way we presented last month in Japanese, so that I would strongly recommend that all those good points should be included in Tokyo Statement, not in this translation of this.
Okay. And yes, Professor Koike, please wait.
I'm sorry. I will just echo the Professor Hayashi's point. We are now discussing how can we introduce this fixed document into our statement. So the draft statement at this moment includes this recommendation, a part of the recommendation at the end of this statement. And but the well-being or health well-being, such kind of the topic has been already included in the session 2-2. I think based on this discussion, the one way is we can incorporate this recommendation, the part of the recommendation into the Tokyo Statement as it is. And additionally, in the Tokyo Statement, we can add several words. I think this is one of the style.
Thank you very much. So we are discussing the draft of the Tokyo Statement. So to people, yes, if you have some comment.
Yes, thank you. Very brief. Well, in general, the structure and the main recommendations are very well crafted. And I like in particular that is corresponding to the 4 Sendai priorities and build on that line. Just a small suggestion on regarding the recommendation 1, the point 2, it talk about including forecasting, prevention, mitigation. Last year, the United Nations Secretary General and also UNDR called very strongly that to take actions on the building up early warning and the early actions. So that I think if we are speaking about the forecasting, prevention, and mitigation, maybe the word of early warning systems or early warning, early actions should occur in this place in order to be more in line with the United Nations core. And the second point, which is a small point, is regarding the investment part. The recommendation 3, the last bullet point says that it shall be enhanced individual resilience capabilities. There, I would suggest to individual and the grassroots community resilient capabilities, because the local grassroots communities, the capability, it is very important. It's very critical. Just these 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Jonathan Abrahams from Monash University. Thank you very much for the draft. One of the reflections I have, and I was quite impressed, was that every major event that Japan has experienced has also been transformative. In particular, the reference to the Great Kanto earthquake and the plan and how transformative that has been for Tokyo. I think this was one of the inspirations for this particular symposium, and therefore I'm wondering whether we can find a way to make a connection, a stronger connection between the earthquake 100 years ago and today, because Mr. Murakami also made the comment that we can look into our history for inspiration, and we don't always have to be always looking forward, because there's also a lot of good experience, some of which is forgotten, but it also rests in history, it rests in science, and it rests in the evidence that has enabled us to get where we are today.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Comment for the history, reminding us some experiences and lessons. So time is coming to close the integration session to summarize the Tokyo Statement. So lastly, I requested to the Professor Koike to say additional comment to the draft.
So thank you very much for your very important comment on this recommendation. And I checked this is as written in the first page, this is provisional English translation. Provisional. But I checked the Japanese version, this is a fixed version. We can reflect your comment in the English version, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So anyway, thank you very much for discussion on the draft and a recommendation as well. So it is very appreciate for your comment, even the front floors. So we have the input from the each section, the 5. So you can we can share this result into the statement of the Tokyo 2023. So we are going to the next high level with this draft. So thank you very much for the moderate and also the many discussion and comment. So we would like to close this section. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is my honor to have to be a co-moderator of this high-level session for this international symposium of transforming society to become resilient and sustainable beyond catastrophic disasters. I am Shinichi Egawa from Tohoku University. I'm a medical doctor, and this symposium is a very transdisciplinary one, so that everybody should have a role in promoting this society. So this high level, can I show you this conference structure? The keynote speech by Professor Hayashi, and theme 1 and theme 2 was discussing the experiences of catastrophic disasters and transformation. And the theme 2 is on the pathways to overcome catastrophic disasters. And receiving the young and mid-career researchers working group's proposal, the integration session proposed a draft of the Tokyo statement. And now we are in the high-level panel session, so that this symposium is not aiming to add merely the discussion between the transdisciplinaries, and but this symposium aiming at the policy brief that could be really modify our society to be resilient against disasters. So my friends, please take a good look and also have an active discussion after the high-level people's opinions on our Tokyo statement. So the first speaker is Governor Koike Yuriko, the governor of Tokyo. Unfortunately, she couldn't make in face, but she will give us her video message. So Governor Koike, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Koike Yuriko, governor of Tokyo. The Great Kanto earthquake struck Tokyo a century ago. It devastated our city with a number of people who died or went missing exceeding 100,000. Reconstruction following the earthquake was boldly promoted under the leadership of Mr. Goto Shinpei, who had also served as the 7th mayor of Tokyo. This included projects on an astonishing scale that laid the groundwork for a modern and highly convenient city. The construction of arterial roads, land readjustment projects, hundreds of earthquake reconstruction bridges. We have much to learn from his vision that looked 100 years into a future to the Tokyo of today. In this milestone year, marking the centennial of the Great Kanto earthquake, the Tokyo Metropolitan Government has launched the Tokyo Resilience Project. We will accelerate efforts to build the city's resiliency, such as removing utility poles, improving areas packed with wooden houses, and increasing the earthquake resistance of buildings. Lifestyles have also changed over the years. Today, some 9 million people live in apartment buildings. We are working to strengthen community ties and have more places where residents can shelter during a disaster. Let's make Tokyo a more resilient, sustainable city where people can feel safe for the next 100 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor Koike. And we are also looking at the current situation of the Tokyo metropolitan city. And we are facing the typhoon attacking this night. So we will see the actual resilience of the Tokyo metropolitan city. Okay, the next speaker is Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization. So we have also the message from the WHO Director General. Director General Tedros, please.
Science Council President Takaki Kajita, dear colleagues and friends, it's an honor to share some thoughts with you on the 100th anniversary of the great Kanto earthquake. Disasters affect the lives of an estimated 190 million people every year, with injury and death, loss of families and communities, and destruction of livelihoods. In the face of the global climate crisis, the number of disasters will only increase. These events can set back development, sometimes for decades. While emergencies affect everyone, they disproportionately affect the most vulnerable. Disaster risk management is one of WHO's most pressing priorities as we support countries in prevention, preparedness, response, resilience, and international cooperation. To implement the Sendai framework, in 2019, WHO established the Health Emergency and Disaster Risk Management Framework. Making societies resilient in the face of disasters requires a paradigm shift from conventional hazard-based risk management to a risk-based, proactive, all-hazards approach. This means addressing risks and vulnerabilities, building capacities, engaging the whole of society, and sharing responsibility for health systems, risk management, and planning with communities. Reducing the risks before, during, and after emergencies will help us achieve a healthier, safer, and more resilient world for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Director Tedros. And this is a very consistent message that we had a discussion in this morning. The various stakeholders, everyone in the community should have a responsibility to be more proactive manner and making the resilience with the community. So I thank you so much. So now I am changing the moderator to Professor Hiroki.
Thank you very much, Professor Egawa. So I'm a co-moderator of this session. My name is Kenzo Hiroki, professor of the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies and also a coordinator for high-level expert leaders panel on modern disasters. We are still three distinguished keynote speakers. Let me introduce the first speaker. She is Lydia Sabrito, the Assistant Director General of the UNESCO. Lydia-san, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning to all. And apologies that I cannot be with you. I'm in Marrakesh in Morocco for another high-level meeting, and I couldn't make the flight to Tokyo to be with you in presence. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to join you in marking the 100th anniversary of the 1923 Great Kanto earthquake. I should like to thank the Science Council of Japan for organizing this event and for inviting UNESCO. This year, we have witnessed a host of natural hazards which have left a trail of death and destruction in their wake. We all recall the harrowing images of the earthquake which devastated Turkey and the Syrian Arab Republic, as well as those of Cyclone Gabrielle, which led New Zealand to declare a state of emergency. Some of the climate-related disasters are still ongoing, such as the record-breaking wildfires in Canada, which have made the air toxic to breathe, or the worst drought in 40 years being endured by the people living in the Horn of Africa. The floods in Pakistan last year left 1/3 of the country underwater and affected more than 3 million people. Temperatures have been steadily rising for more than a century. Last July has been declared the Earth's hottest month on record. But it is not only climate-related disasters that are devastating communities. A 35-second long tremor in Haiti in 2010 causes loss equivalent to more than under 20% of the country's gross domestic product from the previous year. Natural hazards can strike anywhere, at any time, and they will spare no one. They claim loved ones, result in great economic loss, threaten the livelihoods of the most vulnerable, and they have a lasting impact on the country's development. Each new catastrophic event serves to remind us of the urgent need for a comprehensive approach that interconnects humanitarian assistance with sustainable development and resilient building. Ladies and gentlemen, Japan has come a long way since the tragic 1923 earthquake. The city of Tokyo rose from the rubble by building back better. The government improved disaster planning by investing more in seismology and in building codes, by rethinking its urban development, and by ensuring that infrastructure would be resilient to future earthquakes. Equipped with this knowledge, Japan continues to share lessons it has learned with the rest of the world, and we thank you for that. The catastrophic events I mentioned earlier are defined as hazard outliers events. This means that they have a low probability of occurrence and a high-level impact. These hazards are challenging to predict and prepare for they go beyond our usual protocols. As we have seen with the COVID-19 pandemic, we could not imagine preparing for such a large-scale global pandemic. In the early days, we were unaware on how the virus spread or how best to prevent the propagation. Each government, consulting with this scientific community, took measures to limit the spread of the virus, as well to vaccinate the population to give immunity against the virus. Resilience is defined as the ability of a system, community, or society exposed to hazards to resist, absorb, accommodate, and recover from the effects of a hazard in a timely and efficient manner, including through the preservation and restoration of its essential basic structure and functions. We need to build resilience to catastrophic events. This is it's vital for both for local communities and for countries as a whole. Distinguished guests, to build resilience to natural hazards, it will be crucial to combine mitigation preparedness, response, and recovery strategies to protect communities. In order to cope with catastrophic events, we shall need to ensure collaboration among both natural and social scientists, make use of science and policy interface, simulated innovation, and promote the involvement of civil society. UNESCO promotes scientific collaboration through our intergovernmental programs. These are the International Basic Science Program, the Intergovernmental Hydrologic Program, the Man and Biosphere Program, and the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, and last but not least, the International Geoscience and Geopark Program. Through its global scientific network, UNESCO is part of the United Nations Secretary General Plan to ensure that there is an early warning system for all within the next 5 years. The science policy interface is an integral component of sustainable development, for it seeks to remedy the disconnect between the scientific community and the policy-making community. The Central Disaster Management Council in Japan is a good example of such an interface, comprising of scientists and high-level government officials including the Prime Minister and the managers of infrastructure, the Central Disaster Management Council develops evidence-based policy to reduce disaster risks. UNESCO has been inspired by this Japanese council to create a similar mechanism with its partners in Central Asia. This is work in progress, and we look forward to the results. Let me now turn to the power of innovation. In recent years, innovation has taken on a new importance as the reach of disaster risk reduction has extended beyond the post-disaster phase. For example, UNESCO is collaborating with the Japanese Center for Water Hazards and Risk Management and the University of Tokyo to use satellite data to fill the data gap on the ground in West Africa when it comes to forecasting floods in Western Africa. To achieve this, we are using data integration and analysis systems that combine big data and artificial intelligence. However, we need to reach beyond policymakers to civil society and the private sector if we are to build resilience and sustainable societies. This is why UNESCO has created the regional networks of young scientists in Asia, the Pacific, and the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, this event must serve as a reminder of the potential for science to build resilience to natural hazards while making us better prepared for the unexpected. Together, we can help pave the way towards a brighter future that is both more sustainable and more inclusive. I thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lydia-san. It was a very impressive keynote speech. You have mentioned a lot of disaster events which are occurring in many parts of the world. And these are actually catastrophic to each of the countries. We had Greater Kanto earthquake 100 years ago, but the catastrophic events are happening now. And also thank you for mentioning the role of science by citing the example of UNESCO, for example, like ICHAM, cooperation with ICHAM. This is a great work the Japanese and UNESCO are doing together. And I'm quite impressed by the by mentioning the bridging between science and policy makers. And beyond them, there'll be a lot of stakeholders. Those connections, if they are closer, will help us to address catastrophic events and normal disasters also. So having thanked you all for those wonderful speeches, I'd like to ask to turn to the next speaker, Miss Mami Mizutori. You know her all, and she is the special representative of the UN Secretary General for disaster risk reduction. Shiratori-sama, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Hiroki. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to first extend my sincere thanks to the Science Council of Japan for organizing this very important international conference and for inviting me to present my intervention. I understand that over the last 2 days, great insights have been shared on the legacy of the tragic 1923 Great Kanto earthquake and how the lessons from this tragedy can help avoid future disasters of its scale. Now, as much as it was a tragedy, it is also true that the Great Kanto earthquake has helped shape Japan's approach to disaster risk reduction, introducing principles that are now applied not only in Japan, but in many countries. Furthermore, many of these principles are in the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which is, as you know, the global framework for reducing disaster risks and losses by the year 2030. The implementation of this framework is essential to achieve many things, but among all, the Sustainable Development Goals, because without action to reduce disaster risks, no country can achieve and sustain development, and they will remain forever recovering from one disaster after the other. The Sendai Framework applies to all the risks, whether they are caused by natural hazards, such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and storms, or environmental, technological, and biological hazards. And this is why I think it was very fit for purpose that we heard the presentation from the head of WHO, because biological hazards has actually turned into a great disaster since the year 2015, when Sendai Framework already included it in its document. In May this year, member states came together to assess where the world stands 8 years from 2015 into the implementation of the Sendai Framework. This is a process which is called the midterm review process. And it was a process to which many member states engaged, but not only member states' governments, also all the stakeholders, including, of course, the important science and technological stakeholders. And I would like to mention what we found from this process, because this is what is going to guide us between now and the year 2030, which is the lifetime of the Sendai Framework, and which is a time when we need to enhance our resilience. So I'd like to first mention that despite all the challenges that we face, from climate change and also the growing complexity of risks, which we call a lot these days systemic risks, there has been progress. There has been progress in several areas, and this is very important to note. First of all, countries are becoming better at understanding their risks. And this is thanks to, among many other things, improvement in data quality and analysis, helped by the growth in accounting for losses and damages from disaster. And again, here, it is obvious that the role of the science and technological community is very relevant. Second, there has been a significant increase in the number of countries which have their own national strategies for disaster risk reduction. We know that only when you have a strategy, only when you have a plan, you can have a good prevention, preparedness, and response. A failure to plan is a plan for failure. So it is really encouraging that right now, 125 member states have reported to UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, my organization, that they have a national strategy. And it's not only at the national level. There is also a lot of growth in regional cooperation mechanisms, including the Southeast Asia's ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response, but also we see a lot of regional cooperation in other places, including Central Asia, including the Caribbean. Third, while there is still quite a worrying lack of financing disaster risk reduction, both in terms of international cooperation and in many countries' national budget, we are seeing innovations in risk financing and risk transfer, such as the use of catastrophe bonds. And we need to further encourage this positive trend. Fourth, there is, and also already mentioned by my colleague from UNESCO, there is growing support for strengthening multi-hazard early warning systems which lead to early action. This includes the Early Warnings for All initiative, which my organization, the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, is co-leading with the World Meteorological Organization. And again, as my colleague from UNESCO mentioned, many UN system organizations are deeply involved in this initiative to cover the whole world with effective multi-hazard early warning systems by the year 2027. But we need to pause here and admit that the truth is, in spite of this progress that we should celebrate, and of course, higher awareness that we need to prevent and prepare better for disaster risks, we are still a very long way from reaching a level, a state, where the worst disasters are averted. where losses are minimized, and very importantly, where people are safe and communities can prosper. What do we need to reach this desired state? So the political declaration on the midterm review, which was adopted by consensus by the UN General Assembly in May this year, this declaration lists actions that we need to take. Now, I'm not going to go into the full list, but I do really encourage everybody who is present today to take a look, read this political declaration if you haven't done yet. I would like to capture the essence of this declaration by making two important calls to action. First and foremost, we need to even further enhance our understanding of the risk which surrounds us and have a better system of governance of these risks. Countries must change the governance system of risk from putting the responsibility and accountability for disaster risk on a single centralized agency, which are many times poorly resourced. Unfortunately, this is still the reality in many countries. And the ideal situation is, instead of this, we need a multi-sectoral risk governance mechanisms where all risks are considered and all actors have a seat at the table. And here again, I would note the importance of the scientific community's seat at the table, which is, in the case of Japan, something that is already there and growing, but again, not in the case of many other countries. If we do not have an evidence-based plan, an evidence-based strategy, it is very difficult to have a robust governance of disaster risk. My second call to action is to prioritize investments in risk reduction. I already mentioned that there is a worrying lack in the investment in the financing of disaster risk. So countries must allocate much larger portions of their budgets to disaster risk reduction. UNDRR, we conducted a study in Africa, a review of the public expenditure, and we found out that on average, the countries in Africa spend only 1% of their budget on disaster risk reduction. And meanwhile, these same countries, they spend up to almost 10% of their budget after the disaster occurs in responding to the disasters, including to extreme weather events. Now, it's clear that this is not sustainable. We need to invest more in prevention before the risk turns into disaster. And we need to start by mainstreaming funding for disaster risk reduction into public budgets. But it's also true in the case of international cooperation too, whether it's from the global north to the global south or south-south cooperation. Because right now, 96% of disaster-related international cooperation goes into the response and recovery, and only the remaining 4% goes to prevention. Now, of course, we need to respond and recover as a global family when countries are hit by disasters. But the ideal situation is that we reverse this 96% and 4% so that the amount of international cooperation related to disaster risk reduction, the vast amount goes to prevention and supporting preparedness so that the amount that needs to go in for response is lower. We need to make sure that this imbalance is changed. And in this context of investing in risk, the private sector has a big role to play. We need to encourage the private sector to invest more in prevention, and here regulators have a big role to impose rules, but also offer incentives so that market-driven short-termism can be overcome. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, preventing the next catastrophic disaster is a goal we need to share. But as we learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, we are not always looking at the right signs of emerging risks until, sadly, it is too late. I commend Japan for continuously learning from past catastrophes, including the tragedy of 100 years ago, the Great Kanto earthquake. And I would like to close by thanking you for giving me this opportunity to participate in this very important panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Tori-san, for your comprehensive keynote speech with a lot of food for thought and useful comments. You reminded us that we are having a SDG summit very soon. And I'm hoping that, in every speeches of the head of the states and government, they mention resilience and preparedness, because as you say, whatever they do for the development in a sustainable manner, one catastrophic event will disrupt that for decades. So that is a very important message we should keep in mind, before this SDG summit. And also, thank you very much for mentioning the midterm review of the Sendai framework, and my congratulations for the very successful event and also a great agreement among the member states. As you mentioned, there are two important things: understanding risks and prioritizing disaster risk reduction, particularly in the funding. I very much agree with what the countries have proposed and agreed on that in that sense. And ex-ante actions, we are still in need of them. But that is only by everybody joining hands to tell to the policymakers that we need it sincerely. And finally, but not the least, you have mentioned the 4 key actions in the keywords: and understanding risk, strategy, financing, and early warning. And they have, the scientists have their roles to play in each of the 4 keywords. And I really promote and encourage you here and you in the online to proactively engaged in promoting these 4 actions. And ex-ante actions is very much needed, and we have to inform to the politicians and decision makers. But we also have to help them to enable their actions through scientific researches and actions. So there are many more things you have told us, and then we can discuss that later. And please keep you, let me keep you online until the end of this session. So now I'd like to ask, the last but not the least speaker, Mr. Han-Chun Lee. He is the International Project Director of the Integrated Research on Disaster Risks of the International Science Council. Han-Chun Lee-san, you have the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished expert, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first to thank the Science Council of Japan for the kind invitation to me to come to this conference and attending the high-level panel session. This is truly an honor. I remember in 2017, November, in this exactly conference hall, that's my first time to attend the conference, Science Technology to advance the implementation of Sendai framework. Yesterday and today, I feel that I have learned so much from the rich presentations and the report from the distinguished expert. I'm speaking from my capacity as the IRDR Executive Director, but also as a former UNESCO staff. I was in United Nations Joint Response Actions in 2004, Indian Ocean tsunami. That was a very big exercise. I was in the UNESCO team. as I was serving at the UNESCO Jakarta office. I was in 2005, the Central Java earthquake response actions. That earthquake has damaged the Borobudur and the Prambanan, the World Heritage site. I was in the 2010 Pakistan, the monsoon flood disasters. And also during my time serving as UNESCO representative in Iran, I was deeply involved in the BAM World Heritage Restoration Project. From this project, I have the opportunity to work with colleagues from Japan, JICA in particular, this experience make myself feel very strongly and deeply that the impact of the catastrophic disasters to human societies, to our environment, our cultural heritage, and the tremendous need for support, for solidarity, and the need for science and technology in disaster risk reduction, in the emergency response, in reconstruction process, recovery reconstruction process, and in transforming our societies for better resilience and safety. Well, under the co-sponsorship of the International Science Council and UNDRR since 2010, IRDR, Integrated Research on Disaster Risks, has been working to bring together researchers and expertise from natural and social sciences, technology, engineering, and health in the improvement of the understanding of disaster risk and in actions to reduce the development risk. In this direction, IRDR has also worked toward more effective interactions between science and policy, as well as engagement with the public for actions. Over the last 13 years, IRDR has endeavored in building up DRR capacities, especially the institutional capacities. When we talk about investment, the investment in the institutional capacity building is one of the most important. Now we have 18 international centers of excellence, 13 national committees, and a very dynamic young scientist program. In this regard, I would like to particularly thank Japan, the IRDR National Committee, for the establishment of the IRDR ICOE coherence in Japan, which aims at the improvement of the coherence and the synergy between Sendai framework, the goals and targets, the Paris Agreement, and SDGs. That is very important. This point, I think, also underlined by Madam Misutori just now. We must make the disaster risk reduction hand in hand with the UN agreement for 2030. Now, under the same co-sponsorship, IRDR has entered its new phase of 10-year cooperation toward 2030 and beyond. The new phase of IRDR is designed within the framework for global science in support of risk-informed sustainable development and planetary health. This was established by International Science Council, UNDRR, and the IRDR by the end of 2021, after almost 2 years of broad-based and quite intensive consultations and deliberations. Some scientists in this room has actively participated in formulation this new global research agenda. What stays at the core of IRDR's new mission is to mobilize science and the technology for an inclusive, safe, and sustainable development for all. The mission of IRDR and its 9 research priorities resonate fully with the purpose and the discourse of this important international conference. Now, allow me to take this opportunity to raise a few priority actions that we need to undertake to address the catastrophic disasters in future. We have observed, as many experts have mentioned at this conference, and experienced also many risks become disasters. The recent record high climate extreme related disasters, super heat waves, extensive rainstorms, urban floods, which is going on now in quite a number of cities, the large-scale drought, major earthquakes, sandstorms, tsunami, as well as natural disasters. We have all experienced the COVID-19 pandemic. However, even the page, now the life become quite normal, the full impact of this worldwide health-related disaster remain to be seen. And it will not just be complete as that. To IRDR, our first priority is to advance disaster risk research with particular attention to those disaster risks that have a large-scale, compound, systemic, cascading, and transboundary nature. Understanding the risk, as well as their creation and perpetuation, has been the top priority of the Sendai framework, IRDR, and also in the new global DR research framework. There has been much progress in disaster risk research over the last decades, especially after the launching of the Sendai framework. But it is also the fact that we need to bear in mind that the risk science, disaster risk science as a whole, remain a relatively new field. And the changing risk landscape, the interdisciplinary nature and intersectoral nature of the disaster risk make this field one of the most challenging subjects toward the global safety and sustainability. Sound, comprehensive risk science is the base if we want to address the catastrophic disaster risk effectively and find good preventive and mitigation solutions. In this aspect, I would like to inform you that under UNDR and ISC, also with contribution from IRDR community, the overall classification and the terminologies of hazard and the related technical files have been updated from the IRDR 2014 period classifications to the 2021, the expanded version, with very much the expansion and increase from some 50 the items to now 304. As a living working document, it requires much more science work and cooperation to make it an effective tool for DR governance and policy. IRDR is fully committed to work and continue improve our understanding and the interpretation of the risk landscape. And we want to work with all of you in this direction. Another priority action is that we need to best organize science and technology, engineering powers to respond to the call of United Nations in 2022 on the Sendai Framework Target E, early warning and early action for all. There are already good experience in technical models in risk assessment, monitoring, warning systems regarding many major disaster risks, especially related to the air quality, climate, weather extremes, flood, landslide, tsunami, etc. But scientific communities need to do a better job to capitalize such a successful development for broader applications and benefit the countries and the communities. There are new development of using big data, cloud calculation, and AI for enhancement of early warning systems or build up multi-early warning mechanisms and assessment. That process from the initial, covering the process from initial occurrence of the disasters to the completion of the reconstruction. Harness new technologies for DRR has been framed as a priority 5 in the new global research agenda. Further, we need in science community in DRR to communicate, to inform policymakers and the public at large through more effective communication about the challenges, risk, impact, new tools, innovations, successful examples, and practical experiences, and the ways societies need to take to address them. We need to underline along the fast socio-economic development that is characterized very much by the rapid increase of connectivity in multi-forms and spheres, and the new types of interactions and dependencies, the risk landscape has become more complicated, dynamic, and uncertain, that require more attention and actions for research in governance, in future the DRR investment. When we talk about the DRR knowledge systems, we should not only look at the new science, new technologies. We should learn from our ancestors and historical experiences and learning from the indigenous communities' knowledge. IRDR is currently engaged with UNESCO to carry out a survey in the intangible heritage and their inherent knowledge and practice regarding the climate change and disaster risk reduction. And we believe this will be a valuable effort. Ladies and gentlemen, empowering the young generation, students, young scientists, engineers, young managers, and social workers in DR is definitely a high priority globally. And we need to their contribution to build resilient cities and societies. And indeed, that is where the hope for sustained DR success relies. Colleagues, 8 years has passed since 2015. We have come to a crossroad again. The report of UN Secretary General calls for a rescue of global plan for sustainable development. We must not fail. Let's take the insight and the recommendations from midterm reviews of the standard framework completed recently by the UNDRR, also by the International Science Council, to advance our commitment, common actions toward the target established in Sendai in 2015. In this time of change, challenge, and uncertainty, as well as the opportunities, let us who have the professional commitment in science and technology to work together with mutual trust, confidence, and solidarity to mobilize science and technology for disaster risk reduction and the development safety for all nations and communities. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Han Chun-Li-san, for excellent speech. And then, since you have started with your UNESCO experience, Lydia-san would be very much pleased to hear that. Also, my congratulations for the steady progress of the IRDR for the 13 years. Now, many scientists look to your direction so that what's new, what we can do, and how we can improve this world on the disaster risk reduction. And in that sense, you have encouraged the scientists, saying that risk science is a new area, meaning that we have a lot of challenges, but also we will have a lot of findings. So this is a treasure box for scientists. And also you emphasize the role of the youth and the young scientists, not only young scientists, young practitioners, young stakeholders, everybody who is young or who thinks young is here to join the circle of the actions. So your messages about early warning, effective communication, historical experience particularly, are very, very important. And then, we have to think about culture, disaster, and heritage and history. There we can learn a lot from. Having said that, I now turn my torch to Professor Ega for the question and answer and the comment session.
Yes, thank you very much. The distinguished presenters realized the current situation of the disaster risk reduction. And I prepared one question for all the panelists. And unfortunately, the video messages, the Governor Koike and the Director General Tedros cannot answer this question. But my question for you is how we can establish the culture of disaster risk reduction. Thinking about the young people or young researchers to think about the prioritization of the disaster risk reduction science, how we can promote those young people to conversate with each other, collaborate with each other, and how we can promote from a little bit older point of view, but still young in mind. So how you can promote this one. So this is because we have the UNESCO. UNESCO is the meaning the education, science, and culture, so that we have to have the culture of disaster risk reduction. So I'm starting from Lydia-san to answer this question.
Thank you very much. And again, what a pleasure and honor to be here and to see my colleague Chun Lee. We worked together very closely a few years ago in headquarters. From a perspective of UNESCO, I think there are three areas that we believe is very important to bring to build this culture of understanding disasters and hazards, but also to build the resilience communities and societies. And you rightly said that one of the mandates of UNESCO is precisely this holistic approach to human development and humans at the center, and the role of education when this related to changing minds and behaviors, and also guaranteeing, of course, that there is this culture of understanding disasters. So the first one is really working with the education sector, with the schools, with the education systems, with higher education institutions, to really bring what we call education for sustainable development. That is really a multidimensional approach to development, but also the responsibility and the co-shared responsibility of each of us to really behave in ways that we, as my colleague mentioned, have behaviors that prevent some of the risks that we are seeing, but also the ability to use the knowledge and the evidence to really prepare and mitigate, risks and the impact of hazards. And in there, I think one of the important points is really, again, making sure that we create in societies a scientific culture, that knowledge is part of our day-to-day decision making. It's not something that we need to remember that there is science and that we can use the knowledge to take actions. It's really already in our DNA, the way we think, the way we behave. So education is clearly a very important one. The second one, and this may be to the public in general, it's also telling the stories, because to understand the risks and to take action, there is a gap, there is a breach. And it's only when we are faced really with the disaster that we feel personally that we have been affected and therefore we have to action. But we need to bring those stories, we need to bring that emotion, we need to bring that commitment before the disasters happen. And that means to really relate it to stories of disasters and how people that were in the middle of that disaster felt, and how they were able to recover and to rebuild and rebuild better. So having this also in our systems, but also in the public mind, it's very important. And again, let's go back to the recent COVID-19. In the beginning, there was a lot of fake news about science, what the scientific knowledge was saying, and what the scientific institutions were putting forward. But as the pandemic progressed, scientists became really almost side by side with doctors and nurses, the heroes of the pandemic. But we were telling stories, how the scientific community was coming up with a better understanding of the virus, the propagation, the need to protect ourselves and our communities. And as that scientific knowledge became stories, people became also part of the co-creation even of that knowledge, because people started reporting things that science could not reach. And I think, again, this interface between science, policy, and society, it's where we could create and we should create this culture to understand the risks. And finally, again, and my colleague also mentioned that, we need also to bring this discourse to the private sector. We need to engage them. we need also to create in them that culture, because economic development, it's so important also for the prevention of risks. But in economic development for all, we need to reduce inequalities. We need to really make sure that it's for all. And the private sector has a role to play, and they also take decisions in terms of their investments. So the more they invest in resilient systems, it will be the better for us. So it's really, as you mentioned, is about culture, and culture is about people, and people needs to be involved, needs to listen, needs to feel, needs to co-create the knowledge and the capacity to action. So I will stop here to give time to the other members. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And this reminds me that that we've been hearing these 2 days that story from the 100 years ago is telling us the story how people behaved in the face of the catastrophic disasters. And the human being is more easy to be moved by the stories rather than the scientific theories sometimes. And this is a way how transduce this disaster risk reduction culture to the people who might be interested in the doing a more research in the deeper science. And that is a very important aspect of the culture, which will have a new insight in the scientific approach to the disaster risk reduction. So I'd like to ask the same question to Ms. Dori. Ms. Dori-san, how do you think how we can encourage or empower the young generations to get involved in the disaster risk reduction research or culture?
Well, thank you very much, Professor Egawa, for the question. And first of all, I'd like to mention that I really agree with all the points that were shared by my colleague Lydia. And again, Xunling, great to be with you on the same panel, although virtually on my side. So what are the important points in addition to what Lydia mentioned? It's not easy to create culture, establish a culture, whatever it is. And disaster culture, it is very difficult to establish. Let's remind ourselves that when this agenda of disaster risk reduction started around, let's say, 1990s, from the First World Congress disaster reduction in Yokohama, many countries thought this is not about us. It was only the very few disaster-prone countries at that time, including Japan, that thought that this was important. And now it is an agenda for everybody, because now with climate emergency, now with COVID, no country is exempt from this. Having said that, it's not easy to keep that culture alive because new things come up every day in our lives. And we tend to go from one thing to another. So what are the important things? I think, first of all, in order to establish the disaster culture across sectors and to educate next generation, we need the commitment of leadership. Leaders inspire. And I think it's not only about the national leaders, but of course, they are very important. So the participation of the governor of Tokyo at this panel and many ministers at this event is important, but also at the community level. We need leaders who will lead the agenda, who will lead the culture. But then second, it's important, and I am rephrasing what Lydia mentioned about shared responsibility, it's what we call the whole of society approach to disaster risk reduction that is written into the Sendai framework. Every sector needs to be involved. Of course, national, local governments are at the driving seat, and this is tremendously important. But without all other stakeholders, including, of course, once again, the science community, deeply engaged, it's not possible to create disaster culture across sectors. Third, we need continuous advocacy and communication. And this is related to what I mentioned, that we forget. We want to forget, especially things like disasters. It's better to forget sometimes, we think. But no, we cannot forget. And we need to keep on advocating for this culture, for the importance of this culture, and communicate for that. 13th of October every year is the International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction. This year, across countries, UNDRR will lead and work with other UN agencies, including, of course, UNESCO and of course, the IRDR, about the importance of disaster risk reduction. This theme of this year is inclusivity, leaving no one behind. The 5th of November, as many in Japan know, and beyond, is the World Tsunami Awareness Day. Again, for many years, we have brought this together with UNESCO, which works a lot on tsunami, and with the scientific community. And we need to continue to do this. And finally, I stress that the next generation should not only be educated, but also empowered so that they can become agents of change. And here what Chun-Lin said is very important. Young scientists, young community leaders, they all need to be part of this culture. And it's not only educating them, we need to empower them because they are the ones who will suffer the consequences of disaster risk if we cannot prevent them from becoming disasters. So I'll stop here, and I'm very willing to hear what Chun-Lin has to add importantly to all this. Thank you.
All right, now your turn.
Thank you very much. And regarding the young, how to empower or motivate the young generation, I think we need to see how specifically we can provide support, tangible support for them. Among the young people, those communities I have encountered working in the disaster risk reduction, very impressive, very dynamic if they are provided with the opportunity. I was in Kathmandu for the this earthquake rehabilitation the conference, and we have asked our counterpart in Nepal to organize a workshop for the young engineers, young researchers. What came after quite a short period of preparation, they come with the proposals regarding particularly the rebuild the buildings damaged using different designs, different materials, which is really amazing result, very impressive. So some of this, after the panel review, some of this got recognition. But I know that, and also I feel embarrassed that at that time in IRDR, we don't have a much stronger, better promotion program for the talent, the innovative ideas of these young people. And then in the recently, in this year, from March to early June, we have organized a series of lectures for young people. There are about 3,000 young students from different universities participate that series of lectures. Then they divided into 66 working groups, making proposals on the mitigation of climate change impact and disaster reduction. Of course, a lot of ideas were not realistic, but in the end, some 15 proposals came out. Really interesting. This is how to on the community level, in universities, in the families, that the actions can undertake to reduce the carbon, to change the consumption styles that is related with the climate change aspect, using the new information technologies to trace the record of the carbon emission, but also on the disaster aspect, on how to improve the water safety for the communities. There's a new biological the measures, and some of these their proposal, in fact, have already got the patent, but they wanted to have a recognition and a better use in the communities. There are with the professor for the last year in Bali, we have prepared a policy brief about reaching the last miles of making the available knowledge. Professor Nishikawa was here. Follow his suggestion that we have worked out this proposal. We have seen that this actually widely exists, that the young professionals are going to the deep mountains and the communities in the remote places, try to find out what Sendai framework, this is target, and even the national plans, national strategy means to the local people. And actually the gap is quite big, because what scientists or policymakers talking in the capitals or in the big cities doesn't have always the meaning, the understanding in the community. So the work like this, I think will be very interesting. And I also seek in the hope that the Science Council of Japan, UNDRR, Madam, and also UNESCO, if we can in the future to make a much stronger mechanism to give the opportunities for our young talent people for innovation, for innovative solutions. But then related with the culture, how to make it as a culture. This is what I want to. I agree with what Madam Mami Misori has said. It's not easy, but there are historical lessons that we have learned. The Kanto, Great Earthquake Kanto itself has changed a lot of thinking and the attitude of the urban development and rehabilitation. This itself, I think, is a legacy. It's a painful experience, but it's very enlightening experience for all humanity. So we are working with the UNESCO cultural sector now, going to send out a questionnaire to collect the lessons learned start from Asian Pacific countries, from the communities on how the communities, before they have the science, technology, modern technology, how they handle this the disaster risk. So, but we haven't got the result yet.
Thank you very much. So I have one more question to the speakers, but it's just a simple question about their comments on the Tokyo statement. But before that, if some of the audience have a really burning question to the speakers, this is the time for you to ask questions. If not, I'm a happy person because of the time. Then, final question to you, the speakers. This is I'm asking you your comments on the Tokyo statement, which was already sent to you. So whether you like it, you dislike it, if you don't like it, I'll have a problem. But please start, Lydia-san.
Thank you so much, Chair. And yes, we do like it. And I would like to say that that UNESCO would like really to thank you, the organizers, for developing this declaration, and that UNESCO, of course, supports and endorses this declaration, and that we are ready to work with you all to really look at the recommendations and see how can each of us really bring our expertise, our mandates, our networks to implement the recommendations that you have. Maybe just very quickly share co-shares, if you allow me, related to youth. And as Sean Lee knows very well, we have the what we call the MAP Biosphere Youth Network. We have the Geoparks Youth Network that deals also with geohazards. And the idea is precisely to empower young people at community level to really develop actions and preventions and education at the community level for disaster risk reduction. And also we are more, and again, launching several what we call citizen science research programs, where we really involve the communities and young people in the communities to collect scientific data that can then help us to model the risks and the possibilities. But let me go back to the recommendations and the areas that you are proposing in the declaration. Clearly, for us, it's fundamental, the multi-hazard approach. And that's our approach in UNESCO, and has been mentioned that we work on flood, droughts, tsunamis, earthquakes, landslides, and volcano eruptions. And really, again, coming together with the UN system to really make sure that we can guarantee that we have early warning systems in a multidimensional way to all. Also, for us, it's fundamental that science, technology, innovation is part of resilience building. And this is for us the center part of what the natural science sector does in UNESCO for the DRR. Of course, we collaborate with education, with culture, with social sciences, with communication and information. For example, we are using in Africa, and I just came from the office, the regional office in Harare to headquarters, where we are using, for example, community radios, not only to alert in the early warning system process and connecting that to the science and the data we are collecting, but also to educate communities and how to become more resilient and therefore more prepared for possible disasters. And really for us, bringing those new emerging technologies also to the disaster risk is very important. For example, we are developing now a mobile artificial intelligence chat box in order to connect with communities when we are communicating data on disasters. Also, I think it's very important that the draft declaration highlight the importance of enhancing market services for resilient building. That's also our vision. And I really think that learning from the Japanese Cabinet Office for Digital Transformation to establish a digital marketplace for DRR, where private sector are encouraged to invest on resilience, we really, really want to be part of that, of expanding that idea globally, because we think it's a way to go. And for risk governance, UNESCO would like also to propose to address the issue of vulnerable groups, which are disproportionately affected by hazards, such as women. We talked about young people, children, indigenous peoples, and they have to be part of the governance systems. Again, Mani, going to your point, if you don't, and the team this year, we need to include everybody, every stakeholder have to have a voice, and it's very easy to forget the vulnerable people. And I hope that together we can make sure that as we develop better governance systems for disaster risk reduction and early warning systems, we involve more and more these vulnerable groups. And really, what a pleasure to be here in this panel. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mizutori.
Yes, Professor Hiroki. Well, we not only like it, but we wholeheartedly welcome this declaration for an obvious reason, that the recommendations are explicitly aligned to the 4 priorities of action of the Sendai Framework, which are, as you know, understanding risk, strengthening governance, investing in resilience, and building back better. It's also the way that the political declaration of the midterm review process is framed. So I think there's a lot of convergence, and we are all going towards the same direction. I agree with all the things that Lydia mentioned. So I'm just going to mention one thing. Everything is very important, but the recommendation around establishing proactive measures to enable building back better at this moment is very important. And unfortunately, this is one of the areas where the midterm review says that there's not sufficient progress. We tend to build back the same, or perhaps even building back worse. And we know that it's critical that we must use the important stage of post-disaster to, again, put more prevention and preparedness. So UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, we will inject new efforts to scale up what is known as the International Recovery Platform, IRP. This is a platform for building back better, And I believe that this is an important platform that can implement the recommendation of the Tokyo Declaration around establishing proactive measures to enable building back better. So we hope to work very closely with the scientific community of Japan, the government of Japan, and we look forward to much more enhanced collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Han Chun-lin-san.
Well, I have, in the previous discussion, I've made comments, and I concur with what Mami, Missouri, and Lydia has just said. I think this fully in line with the Sendai priority, the recommendations, very important. And I have some specific wording proposals, and we should probably mention the early warning systems capacity in that regard, because that is high in the priority in the UN agenda, and also for the Sendai framework to be successful. So I fully in line with that. I believe this recommendation will be a very important contribution to the IRDR conference 2024. So please bring forward and make more people, scientists worldwide to know about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's time to close by my final words. It's very simple. We are very glad that what you mentioned, dear speakers, are in line and synchronized with what we have discussed for these 2 days. We are very much encouraged that your direction of actions and suggestions are what we want to do fast. So together with you, we can make things happen. And also, we would like to assure that we will support you because you are our platform. So we are here to be with you, to serve to the public, to all the stakeholders, particularly vulnerables, the poor, and the youth. Thank you very much. With these words, I'd like to conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
We will begin the closing ceremony, so please return to your seat. Okay? Okay, from now, we will start the closing ceremony. I am Daisuke Komori, a specially appointed professor, Green Gold in Tohoku University. I'll be the sole MC for the closing ceremony. So to begin, we welcome Professor Ono Yuichi, Deputy Director, International Research Institute of Disaster Science, Tohoku University, to adopt the Tokyo Statement 2023. So, Professor Ono, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Komori. Good afternoon. This is the last session, so we want to finish it as early as possible. I took over the role of this work from Professor Tatano. He introduced in the introductory opening ceremony yesterday for the concept of this final writings. Then I took over his task. And what is common with him is his last name, Hirokazu, and my last name, Yuichi, is the same Chinese character. So it's some common thing from between us. But this is the my work is my role is to get I'm a target. You shoot me and many things, your ideas and the remaining what's not written here. You can say this is the last time for you to shoot things to me. So this is how I do this work. I worked in the UN DRR, and some of them, I think some of the issues you developed, like a Sendai framework, a Hyogo framework, workshop, or terminology. All of the terminology was my team developed for the UN DRR, including resiliency. So I'm familiar with some of the issues, but I try utilizing the Sendai spirit and Hyogo spirit into this writing as a balanced way. And I try to capture, observe the discussion, not just the presentation, but the discussion. Took some notes and to be reflected in this document, and the keynote speech and just the high-level panel session we just heard. So some of the items I took note and put it in here. And each session should have 100 words in English writing, but some are expanding now. So that's also the point for my revision of this document. And there are some new wordings you will see. Then some of the new ideas or the high-level discussions, I put it in just 10 minutes ago, I put it in the cross-cutting issues. So I observed into the cross-cutting issues, but we don't know if these cross-cutting issues to be further reflected in the existing document or not. We just take note, or you can make comments, and some of your comments we consider putting into the our recommendation, the writings, but because of time is limited, we don't negotiate with these things. We take note and we try to reflect everything into this document, but please let us work on it. Let us be responsible for that role as a committee members. So is that okay for everybody? Now, we will go this draft recommendation, Tokyo Statement 2023, by paragraph. So the title, it's slightly English translation and editing changed. So transforming society to become resilient and sustainable beyond catastrophic disasters. And preface. International Conference on Science and Technology for Sustainability 2023, transforming society to become resilient and sustainable beyond catastrophic disasters was, well, maybe this may be changed, was held on September 7th to 8th, 2023. It was held in a hybrid of the auditorium of the Science Council of Japan and online. Attended by 81, we counted, 81 participants, plus some online participants. We are still counting the online participants number, so I just put in the red arrow. Then participants from 12 countries and regions. To mark the 100th anniversary of the Great Kanto earthquake, 2 goals were set for the conference. This is just a preface, so I just keep going. The first was to reflect on what Japan has experienced and learned in the 100 years since the disaster, as well as what countries and regions devastated by huge earthquakes, tsunamis, and giant cyclones have experienced, and to share this information widely to provide hints for international cooperation. The second was to promote measures to build up the capacity of the society as a whole to overcome a catastrophic disaster that would cause a major change in the state of the nation and transform it into a society that can be better recover from it. Now we go to the really contents of this conference. Theme 1, experiences of catastrophic disasters and transformation. Oops. Oh yeah, catastrophic disasters occur infrequently, but when they do occur, they are devastating to the affected countries and regions. Through the experiences of the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923, the Ashgabat earthquake of 1948, and the cyclone Bora of 1970, the participants gained the following insights. Then session 1 and 1, the Great Kanto earthquake and recovery. So we go from here, the paragraph by paragraph. This session first detailed the 1923 Great Kanto earthquake, which was a catastrophic disaster in modernized Japan after the Meiji Revolution started in 1868, and discussed its restoration processes. Given a closer look at the historical documents written in English, the session also examined what messages they tried to convey abroad. Then an overall picture of the centennial development of disaster risk reduction policy in Japan was described. This included reconstruction from the World War II, which destroyed Tokyo and almost all other major cities in Japan. The infrastructural restoration and development sacrificed the virtues of the original plan, such as an earthquake and fire resistance, integrated city planning, and dignity as a capital city. Though the policy development was comprehensively formed well to cope with various natural hazards, we need to refine the methods of governance and investment for resilient and sustainable future. So here in this session 1 and 1, if you have any comments, reflection of your points. Well, this was, again, already discussed in the previous session, so perhaps you already accommodated those things. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Session 1 and 2, catastrophic disasters and international cooperation. Catastrophic disasters are not frequent for individual countries. Such unfortunate event is always claimed as unexpected and unprecedented. However, the history of humankind has taught us that such events happen from time to time on our Earth, and also that people have built back better afterwards. The latest sciences can indicate where the risks are. Scenario-specific catastrophic planning is effective. Conducting an organizational assessment of the relevant localities and regions, focusing on human resources with systems view, will be a good preparation. There is a definite need for countries to share and learn from these bitter experiences and join hands to prepare and overcome future events so that there will be less chances of catastrophic tragedies. International cooperation is a must. It is never too early to prepare. Any comments? So we can move to the next, okay? Theme 2. So the theme was the pathways to overcome catastrophic disasters. Then as science has advanced, future projections of catastrophic disasters have become shared with the society. Nevertheless, it is impossible to completely deter the damage caused by catastrophic disasters. In terms of the direction of change that society needs to take and the role of science and technology in achieving this change, participants emphasize the following. So we go to the session 2 and 1. Projected catastrophic disasters. Advances in science and technology have made it possible to physically analyze hazards such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and extreme weather events that have occurred in the past, and to estimate hazards that will occur in the future with their potential impacts. However, it is necessary to recognize that estimating hazards that has never been experienced before, such as giant earthquakes and climate change, contains uncertainty and error. It is also necessary for scientists to communicate such uncertainty to society. Yes, you have comment. One comment you had is integrated in later parts. So would you like to comment now? Maybe you wait. Oh, okay. I thought you were raising your hand.
Well, I was.
Okay. Because public investment is limited, private sector investment needs to be encouraged. To facilitate this, Japan has implemented measures, including financial mechanisms that provide incentives, such as reduced interest rates on loans, for the private sector to increase investment in disaster risk reduction, including the development of solid business continuity plans. Laws and regulations backed by science and technology, such as building codes and renovation regulations, are also effective instruments for disaster risk reduction by governments, which are ultimately implemented by the private sector. Individuals and organizations can cover remaining disaster risks through financial instruments such as insurance, bonds, loans, and microcredit, or an appropriate combination of these instruments. Then your comment, I think, Chris, your comment is coming later in the cross-cutting issues. Any other reflections, comments? Okay, we move on. Session 2 and 2, transforming societies to overcome future catastrophic disasters, what to protect and how to recover and rebuild. Our current and future challenges demonstrate the urgent need for greater investments in infrastructure, urban investments such as developing smart cities, governance, leadership, coordination mechanisms, and digital transformation that enable effective disaster risk management and ensure no person is left behind. Social inequalities, climate change, and other challenges require proactive, collective action by communities, governments, academia, and industries, and civil society to remedy the determinants of risk and promote anticipatory action. These interdependencies are the foundation of society's abilities to manage systemic risks through protective health, education, and other systems to build community resilience and improve well-being. In this sense, we reaffirm national government's efforts to achieve an innovative transition with a multi-level governance strategy to build capacity to leverage innovative technologies. Furthermore, since disasters know no borders, fostering transnational resilience and learning are crucial. Okay. Session 2-3, science and technology for supporting social changes. We do not know exactly when a catastrophic disaster will strike or on what scale, but once it occurs, it will leave a huge loss and damage. It is a global challenge for science and technology to share knowledge on potential social impacts, clarify what kinds of social issues may arise, and how they should be confronted with all stakeholders. Here, information and communications technology, ICT, can take a key role. In particular, digital twin technology will provide in the cyber world what would happen in case of real catastrophic disasters. Maximizing the use of information infrastructure is crucial to strengthen public-private partnerships to make trans-border collaboration possible. This requires the development of an information supply chain supported by geospatial foundation that facilitates social transformation to overcome catastrophic disasters. Okay. Then the next one, I just put it in the cross-cutting issues. We are not, this is not final. Some of the elements may need to be reflected in the existing documents, or we may have this session, creating a new session. We will discuss among the experts and committee members. But let me highlight several issues which just have been arise. How to facilitate cross-cutting issues. How to facilitate transfer of risk reduction technology to countries newly experiencing new climate threat. That was Chris's wording. Scientists should be part of the national platform of disaster risk reduction for policy-making process, as Japan is doing. This is Mami's comments just arise now. The foster implementing the UNSCG, United Nations Secretary General's call for early warning system and early action by 2027. This was Mami, somebody else, Mami, and also I think somebody mentioned in the just a panel before. Welcoming new technology, but do not forget to refer the indigenous knowledge. I think this is Mr. Chun, I mentioned about it. Culture of disaster risk reduction, the spelling may be missing. Culture of disaster risk reduction to be implemented, developing stories and storytelling in effective way as they appeal to emotion. This was a UNESCO comments and culture issue. And here, I think Professor Nagamatsu is here. He's a champion of the storytelling initiative. And education. Yesterday, we heard from the comments of the importance of education. We have one word in education, but again, today, education was re-emphasized. So we may need to rephrase the education, importance of education somewhere in a good way. So I just put education. Young, educated people empowered by capacity building would be an agent of change as well. That's youth, the importance of youth and education, educating young people and capacity. Then finally, the leadership. So those are the things I just heard from this high-level panel discussion. Then we have the research working group by the young and middle career scientists. The transformative capacity of resilience is a key concept for the academic community in disaster risk reduction research, but its structure and function are yet to be fully elucidated. Further research is needed to clarify the mechanism of resilience capacities, particularly how and under what conditions the social transformation can be promoted. For example, it is necessary to solve the possible dilemma that investment in disaster prevention would reduce the recovery and transformative capacity of society. A study on the governance system is also needed that promotes social transformation and mitigates its negative impacts, such as the forced migration of people at risk. The ex-ante social transformation through investment for future disaster risk reduction should also be explored. In addition, the conditions of well-being under the disaster risk need to be identified for better transformation. Okay, very quiet, silence. And lastly, already this issue that Professor Hayashi also mentioned already, this recommendation will be already passed in Japanese way and through the Science Council of Japan in the end of August, I remember, 29th of August. So you had some comments, and this English version will reflect your comments. So I'm not reading everything, just mentioning that this key title. So this first one was the, Sendai Framework's priority one, deepening and elaborating understanding of disaster risk. The second one is establishing new governance to cope with disasters. Third one, ensuring investment in financial expenditure, capacity development, technological development in response to disasters. Then last one, establishing proactive measures to enable build back better. So this is the end of the introducing the final wordings. So could I have your approval for we go ahead with this one? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much to Professor Ono. So next, please welcome the Professor Yoneda Masako, Special Appointed Professor, School of the Environment Society, Tokyo Institute of Technology for the ceremonial address. Professor Yoneda, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you for your kind introduction. It is my honor to have this opportunity to deliver a remark at the closing session of the International Conference on Science and Technology for Sustainability. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to all the participants for joining this conference. This year is the 100th memorial of the Great Kanto earthquake. It is meaningful to issue the joint statement of transforming society to become resilient and sustainable beyond catastrophic disasters. In past 2 days, you all had very active discussions. I'd like to thank all the guests for your active participation. I'm so impressed this fruitful statement. Now we get new guideline for disaster reduction. I myself am a chairman of a Japan Academic Network for Disaster Reduction. I'd like to state a few words about this network. In 2011, the Great East Japan earthquake occurred. Its effect exceeded people's expectation and proved that the current scientific knowledge and technology were insufficient. The member of Science Council of Japan became founders, and 30 academic societies relevant to disaster management gathered and established an emergency contact network. For prevention and mitigation of disasters, many research fields are involved, such as Earth observation, meteorology, earthquake, tsunami, oceanography, engineering, history, disaster prevention planning, and emergency medical care. In academic world, specialization has progressed and integration has been weakened. For protecting people's lives and the land from natural disasters, we need a comprehensive platform beyond the boundaries. This network aims to collaborate across academies and makes effort to integrate different specialties for disaster reduction. Currently, 63 academic societies have joined this network. We have many activities every year. We keep in touch with the government and related organizations. We'd like to contribute to building safe society like you all. In concluding, now we are in typhoon. I wish all participants a safe trip back to your hometown and that you will strengthen various measures for resilient and sustainable society as following this Tokyo Statement 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Yoneda. So last, finally, I would like to invite Professor Takamura Yukari, Vice President of the Science Council of Japan, for the closing remarks. Thank you.
So thank you. In closing this 2 days international conference on transforming society to become resilient, sustainable society beyond catastrophic disasters, on behalf of the Science Council of Japan, as organizer of this international conference, I appreciate all the speakers, moderators, and participants in person and virtual for your participation and valuable contribution and input to the conference. Especially, I'd like to thank speakers and the guests from overseas who came a long way to here in Tokyo. Your contribution has really enriched the discussion of the conference. Well, starting with the framing presentation by Professor Koike and the keynote speech by Professor Hayashi, we had a really wonderful presentation followed by vivid discussion. I couldn't go into detail. It's already reflected in the Tokyo Statement 2023, but I personally find them very much exciting and insightful. I'm, of course, to congratulate the adoption of the Tokyo Statement 2023, which just introduced by the Professor Ono, which I hope that they send a strong message from here and through here to the world. The conference is held at a very opportune moment to discuss on disaster risk management and risk reduction and management. Of course, in commemoration of the 100th anniversary of the Great Kanto earthquake, as well as in the era of climate change, I have to say that the UN Secretary General Guterres mentioned that it's rather global boiling. When we feel more clearly impact of climate change, mounting risk of more severe impact in the future. Disaster affect and disrupt our lives and livelihood in various ways, thus impact well-being of the people. This is actually the core concern of the Sendai framework for disaster reduction, risk reduction. The expected outcome of the framework, as you all know, is a substantial reduction of disaster risk and losses in lives, livelihood, and health, and the economic, physical, social, and cultural environmental assets of the person, businesses, communities, and countries. I'm quite sure through this conference, the science play a key role in reducing disaster risk and mitigating impact, especially through interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary researches. Japan and the Science Council of Japan as National Academy representing the Japan's science community has long time attached the great importance to the disaster risk reduction research. I heard in this conference the many calls from speakers, for instance, Mizutori-san in the previous high-level session that call for contribution and collaboration by scientific communities. in response to such calls, we, Science Council of Japan, are determined and willing to contribute to further promoting research in this field. In collaboration, of course, with the scientific community across the world, this conference is one of expression of our determination and commitment. At the beginning of the conference, Professor Koike introduced that the conference is one of the milestones of 10 years roadmap of disaster risk reduction in the management activity of Science Council Japan. I personally hope that the activity will continue and hopefully will be a starting point for the next 10 years undertakings. So I would like to conclude by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Japan co-organizers, Japan Have Disaster Resilience Partner J-HOP, and also National Research Institute for the Earth Science and Disaster Resilience. And of course, all members of subcommittees who organized wonderfully and prepared the conference, and the supporting staffs, interpreters who provided excellent support. So they're looking forward to seeing you in the next event, near future, I hope. I declare officially the conference is closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this marks the end of the International Conference on Science and Technology for Sustainability 2023. Thank you for your participation.